Thank you so much, Erica. Timing was perfect. Fran, should I introduce our last speaker then? Okay, it's my pleasure to introduce our last speaker, Tracy Mia Stewart. She's Carter G. Wilson pre-doctoral fellow at the University of Virginia in the US. And in the fall, she'll begin an appointment as visiting assistant professor of ethnomusicology in Swarthmore College Department of Music and Dance. How very exciting. The title of her talk today is Seeking Equilibrium in Jamaican Maroon spaces of ethnographic inquiry.
And future explores the ways that Maroon music and performance practices are used to multiple perspectives of what Jamaican Maroon sovereignty and nationhood are beyond
Recording in progress.
Notions of sovereignty, both a traditional European notion, but more excitingly, for the purposes of the conference, and
that was said, I would give us some political, you know, I'm wondering if, you know, I want to get back to the idea I have that sovereignty requires a reconstitution of the state. So people cannot have political power unless they have a role in that constitution. And Agamben says that the people who are in a state of exception need to be at the centre of considerations in the reconstituting of the nation state. So you know, I'm talking to a scholar from the USA who is also interested in this in relationship, pardon me, to African-American people in the USA. And there is, you know, she can actually see how the Constitution is so outdated. Certainly in Australia, our Constitution from 1901 is already terribly outdated. It reflects a colonial world, and it needs changing, absolutely. But this, of course, is an immense task. So I'll just throw that in to the mix. Thank you so much for all your papers. It's been very enjoyable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vicky. And, Marcus had raised his hand, and also Erica, and also Franco. So Marcus, to you.
Erica, you please first, if you like.
Wow, thank you. Okay, so quickly, I'm thinking about sovereignty from Taino perspective and the history of Taino genocide. And for me, sovereignty is, I like what everyone has said. Sovereignty is holistic for me. So I see just even being here today, sharing with everyone as me exercising my sovereignty as someone who also identifies as Taino. I see Taino identity as sovereignty. I see our investor of our cacique as sovereignty. All of this is political. I see being able to say one Taino word in our language, even if it's one word, as sovereignty, and or resurgence to sovereignty. And again, all of these are political. I see in Canada where Indigenous children were kidnapped and stolen and taken to these residential schools, and today they're finding these unmarked graves of many, many kids. There's going to be another announcement today about another a large number of unmarked graves. So what I remember sending my kids to school, and that yellow school bus came up, and it had many Indigenous children in it. And I thought about these kids would have been taken away from their parents, and those kids are now exercising their sovereignty. So that's how I see it in the context of thinking about myself and being Taino. So thank you for that, for allowing me to speak, and thanks, Marcus.
Yes, of course. I think we have quite an interesting conversation about sovereignty here. And I think what I can add is that sovereignty is produced and reproduced, right? I think we're all in the various ways that we grapple with this ideal. Speaking to that point, it's produced historically, and then it's reproduced in historical productions, traditionally in what we publish, orally in what we speak, in terms of what we accept as sovereignty or as sovereign. It seems to me to have also a connotation of possession, right? So if we think of ASAFU YARD, the Maroons claimed a space there that, even as culturally today, ASAFU YARD represents a space of sovereignty for the Charlestown community and for Maroons more broadly in Jamaica. There's a watershed attached to it, the Treaty of 1739, that for broader audiences, for the purpose of signaling to those broader audiences the long-standing history of that sovereignty, needs necessarily, or perhaps not, at least to be acknowledged, right? And so for me as an historian, I think about that when I go into archives, when I encounter sources, treaties, or otherwise that signal for their audiences at any given time, in any given year, a sovereign claim. In my own particular work, these were many suits, lawsuits, literally, beginning with Washington's generation, if not before, or at least I contextualize it with George Washington's generation, about who owns a slice of the Great Dismal Swamp, irrespective of the enslaved laborers they forced into the swamp and particularly ignorant of the Maroons who claimed their own space in the swamp, although they knew the Maroons were there. And so in the court of law, entering these documents into the various county courts as sovereign claims, this story began and was reinforced by law. So I think particularly about Victoria's question, or perhaps our challenge, that we consider what reconstituting sovereignty means. And to be perfectly honest with you, it makes me kind of nervous because I don't know what that particularly means. Part of law, right, is about order, and part of order is about avoiding anarchy. But maybe we should not be afraid of anarchy as it relates to what we are attempting to reimagine, what we are attempting to repair with regard to historical sovereign claims that to this very day continue to be reinforced by states and also echoed by scholars. And so I think our roundtable particularly is a space where we can start that conversation to consider what it means. But as an historian, I must admit, I don't have any answers.
Well, looking for those answers makes for these kinds of conversations. So thank you for that. It is, I think, time to wrap up the conversation, but I do not see Scruffmouth in the house any longer. Does anybody see him? So while I look for him, does anybody want to add anything to the conversation?
I have a question. I just would pose it to our distinguished panelists, and it's an ignorant question, and it comes out of being an English guy working in an English department and being afflicted with an interest in words. And it's that word sovereign that bothers me, because it's a Middle English word. It comes from Old French, and it's deeply tied, as Marcus was suggesting, and Erica in another way, to European forms of governance, which were reduced to domination, sovereignty, absolute power, that imply a certain relationship to people as possessions in land, as commodity. So as an English guy, I hear that word and I think sometimes, do we really want to hang on to that word? Or do we need other words to describe the kind of, let's say, the anarchic possibilities that Marcus was describing?
I think I'll respond briefly, Paul. At least basis of sovereign claim
Recording in progress.
Oh man, Marcus, that's not fair. I'd start with indigenous terms.
Recording in progress.
Oh man, Marcus.
There you go.
Right, and that.
To start from.
To shut up and listen, because I think, as Goffe suggested, we're engaged in this long-term and crucial pedagogical project. And to teach, we have to learn.
Right.
And to learn about alternative sovereignties,
Right.
we're going to have to listen to those
Right.
and the traditions that practice them. So I hope you don't feel I'm dodging, Marcus, but I've got a lot to learn.
No, not at all. I actually can acknowledge same a need. Our esteemed colleagues here, I'm thinking of Erica, for example, making
Yes,
mention of the need
absolutely.
to
Absolutely.
consider Taino perspectives in this
Absolutely.
regard. I think of Alex's work on Black geographies and what it means as he proposes that to the Academy as a framing, because of course we're incessantly obsessed with framing.
It matters.
And I see a lot that I can learn particularly. And I hear
It matters. Framing, of course, matters. And again, it touches even what I was saying yesterday about dream time and dreaming. Why do we have to start from here? If all these indigenous people are seeking this sovereignty, why don't we start from over here? So yes, the question could go to Erica. Because I mean, one of the things that I'm stuck with is that, you know, in Jamaica, we have these two arawaks on our coat of arms and pineapples and crocodiles. And all my life, I've wondered, well, who are these people and why are they there? If the only thing we know about them is that they're extinct, you know, what's this all about? So maybe a better place to start is where we are trying to start from is Erica, Fofie, Kasik, you know, that's another place to start. Which maybe we have some kind of anarchic,
May,
you know,
may I have
space.
just another word?
Yes, indeed.
And it's splitting hairs a little bit, but you know the sovereignty. There's no methods of expression of that right to be, that right to exist.
much more extended discussions if we wish. Because again, I can see where a discussion like this could go on for quite a number of hours in a very enjoyable and fruitful way. So along with our, plans to get back together, and part of our plans to get back together is to build this thing we're calling CTMC TV, because sometimes 5 minutes certainly doesn't help. So anyway, thanks, and we look forward to the next one.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Executive Director Crawford. How are you? It's so good to see you. Hey, Mama G.
Yes, good to see you.
It's wonderful.
How have you been?
I've been good. Yeah, I've been doing well. I've been doing well, just working hard. Great to see you.
Oh, it's good. Yeah.
Carla, I cannot hear you. Are you here? I see your message. Carla, I think that might be you. Can you change your name to your name instead of Fofie's name? The instructions for renaming are in the upper right-hand corner. Or maybe that is Fofie. It is mysterious.
I'm making myself visible, Fran, so you can see where I am.
Okay, thank you.
You can figure the other one out.
Okay. Carla somehow is in the chat, but not up on the screen. Huh. Okay. Well, Carla, if you could make yourself, are you in ambush?
Yeah, I think she should cancel out and join again.
Okay. Carla, can you hear us? Oh, Carla, let me resend you the link. Unless anybody has it more quickly.
Crawford. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Carly, you made it. Good to see you.
Wrong Zoom room. Hi, Berta. Hi, everyone.
Hello. All right, I think we're all here. I would like to say that for those of you who didn't get the email, unfortunately, ISIS was not able to make it, but we are incredibly fortunate to have Tracy Stewart moderating this panel on nanny. And I know Tracy was introduced in the last session, but for those of you who have just arrived, I want to say that Tracy Stewart is the Carter G. Wilson Predoctoral Fellow at the University of Virginia. But in the fall, she will be beginning her new post as visiting assistant professor of ethnomusicology at Swarthmore in the Department of Music and Dance. And I want to turn over the panel to Tracy, and thank you again so much.
You're welcome. Just for clarity, it's the Carter G. Woodson Institute. I didn't look at the program and didn't correct it, sorry. But hello, everybody. I am very excited for what I know is going to be a wonderful panel. The panel title is Queen Nanny, Indigeneity and Sovereignty, a Conversation and a Reading. So our first speaker is going to be Charlestown's Colonel Marcia Douglas. Colonel Douglas.
Good morning, everybody. Akwaba. This morning, I'm going to speak on sovereign and leadership. And so, therefore, we want to know first what is sovereignty. And it is so complex that people have categorized sovereignty into so many meanings. Because looking at the dictionary meaning of sovereignty and knowing the meaning of sovereignty, it gives you two different perspectives. So what does it mean to be sovereign? One that exercises an independence, politically, self-govern, and acknowledge their cultural state. The sovereign rights of our people depends on how much we face or they face their shadows and their past. In order to understand the freedom of sovereignty, the position of their inner strength and connectedness, an example of sovereignty is a person, state, or group that preeminent in independence of the will of others. It may mean that, of course, the will of our foreparents was that we live who we are. We live to be who we are and not what one govern us to be. An example of that is, of course, I am a Maroon. Being in a Maroon community and being in the state of a Maroon community, we live the right or life of the Maroon by doing the things of the Maroon, facilitating the knowledge, not only just to keep it, but to share it among each other, to use it as is like the way of storing, restoring, renovating, preparing, preserving, all those gaps. So in order for us to be in that sovereign state, we have to bridge those gaps. And in bridging those gaps, we know that the Maroons live in a particular way. An example of a particular way is what we are doing today. We are teaching, we are sharing, we are showing that the culture has been preserved in such a way that we do have enough knowledge to pass down from one generation to the next. So a sovereign leader, one that expects to express a supreme authority within a limited space or a limited sphere. It means the leader has to be able to declare the rights of their people. In viewing the UN declarations of the right of the indigenous nation, I've seen where our indigeneity has been manipulated in such a way that people do not realize that they are so indigenous, that they are from such an indigenous nation, that they have the right to certain things that are of value for them and their community or their indigenous society. And so looking at those rights, we realize that there's much more than just to lead, but there are rights that we need to cover, rights that our people need to know. Some of the rights are in the laws of the treaty, some of which I realize that people do not really use or understand. And so these are some of the things that we aim to reinforce, to get forward, so that our people can actually know who they are, what they stand for, and what is the sovereign state of their life today. Not much is done for our indigenous people across Jamaica, even across the world. It is of great interest that we stop, look, breathe, and take in even a deeper breath of sovereignty in order to allow it to circulate through our minds and engulf in our thoughts. If we do not think about sovereignty, there's no way we can actually put sovereignty out there. There's no way we can actually show people that, yes, we are for sovereign nation and that we are indigenous enough to be in the state of sovereignty. Now, the Sovereign Act as a focus for national identity, unity, pride. It gives us a sense of stability, and it continues officially to recognize the success of excellence and to support our ideal of a voluntary service. So we grow up to see that our foreparents had been so voluntary in most of the ways. In healing, they didn't have to pay money for them to heal them. They didn't have to pay money for them to get food, because in those days they would have trade. Intertrade would have been done. They would have been the nurse, they would have been the doctors, they would have been the teachers, they would have been the herders, and so much more. So the sovereignty comes with how you volunteer as a leader or as a person too as well, or even as a member of the society. The sovereign support members by families and community. And so what we are saying today is that we can exercise our sovereignty by showing a way of life, by showing what we believe in, by putting it across to our young people, and to ensure that each and every one of us gain the respect of who we are, and to show that coming from our ancestors, the sovereignty that that they fought for, we are yet to begin to live today. Let us yearn for that. Let us move towards that. Let us be the sovereign nation, believing who you are today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colonel Douglas, for a wonderful, wonderful talk. Next, we will be hearing from Executive Director of the Institute of Jamaica, Vivian Crawford. Director Crawford.
Good morning to you all. Master of Ceremonies, Dr. Tracy Stewart, Acting Colonel, Marcia Douglas, Charlestown Maroon Council Community, Mr. Richard Lumbsden, Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival Planning Committee, panelists, visiting delegates, presenters, participants, members of Charlestown community, visitors. My sincere thanks to the organizers for allowing me to participate at this conference. Our national hero, Right Excellent Marcus Messiah Garvey said, "A people without the knowledge of its history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots," end quote. In spite of COVID-19, it challenges the story of Nanny, that must be told. The nomenclature indigeneity was really for the Tainos, and the term not for those who traveled through the Middle Passage. But we claimed our sovereignty, and those who doubt that sovereignty must check the National Archives in Spanish Town for the land patent of 1740, quote, George II, by the grace of God, certain parcel of land of 500 acres in Portland. Sovereignty means survival. Sovereignty means survival. So Professor Barry Higman, in the book, The Maroons' Heritage, Archaeological and Historical Perspective, stated that Maroons have never been marooned in the sense of being lost. They have always been in the world and of the world, end quote. Nani established the template for sovereignty, to be in charge of one's own destiny without the will of another being imposed on you, what sociologists call acculturation, taking the culture of the person who is imposed on you. So Nani's structure of sovereignty includes governance. Notice that he set up a council. There was a council which governed the community. And I have happy memories of my own childhood in Moortown, that twice per year at Easter and at Christmas, all the men in the town had to come out and do the bushing, what we call bushing. We did not depend on politicians to do that. We did our own bushing because according to the sovereignty and the governance structure, that was something that had to be done. There was a family structure. How well I remembered it. And the word manners used. You must have manners. You must have respect. And no one was owned by a family. Everyone was in charge of you. So anyone could scold you. Is there a lesson we can learn for that for today? 282 years after all this that Nani established. 282 years. There has been one murder in Moortown, and that
spirit will continue to rise somewhere, somehow, among African people, home and abroad, whenever, wherever the needs call again. So the needs did call when the transatlantic slave trade, one of the worst things that has ever happened to humanity within history. Many things have happened to many nations of people, but transatlantic slave trade, which is something that is still hanging out there and not been dealt with within a justified way by any justice system that has put themselves in place since then, was one of the worst things that has ever done to humanity. And we say this without a doubt. Yeah, and without apology. Yet it has gone just like that, still hanging there, still weighing in the balance, still trying to find a way how we can get justice. Queen Mama Nana, there's many history told of her, of where she descends from, and as I would say, when I look at the Ashanti people in Ghana, and then I look back at the pharaohs and the Egyptian, the early Egyptian people, black people in those times, you can see the same custom and tradition of how they worship their ancestors, how they bury them. It's the same thing. All we did was travel up the Nile into Ghana. It's the same journey. It's the same people. Same thing. You know, it is never the same. That it's not the first time that we people here has been enslaved. The pharaohs were enslaved in their own land by people who was acting as pharaohs while they enslaved them as slaves. The same thing keep happening. We see it with Umasa, Umasa in Uganda, when she fought the colonial system for her people. The same thing with Queen Mama Nani here in Jamaica. This spirit will rise in whatever woman has the ability, the capability, the woman who is afflicted with the affliction of our people in a way that it burns itself to do what is to do, to always advocate for your people, fighting for your people, standing at the front line, putting your life on the line for your people. This Queen Mama Nani was not the first in this journey, and she will never be the last one. And as it go along in many generations, we will see women like that rising up to defend their people from time to time. We reverently look upon Queen Mama Nani. I, for one, look upon her as a deity. She is, to me, a goddess. Yes, this is who I myself would pray to her, go to her, talk to her, commune with her like a deity. She's a saint. And until we come to that realization in the wider hemisphere of Western Hemisphere, she's looked upon as being one of the most fiercest warrior and very spiritual. Although Obia is out largely here in Jamaica, it is about healing in whatever way for your people. Surinam Maroons still practice Obia, the very word. And they have their Obia house. And they, if you are sick in Surinam, they will take medicine to you and they will give it to you and they say, I bring you a Obia for your belly. So it is healing. It's coming from Kemetic, the same spirituality. In Kemet, they worship the serpent, and the name of the serpent in Kemet is Obi. So the medicine people are known as Obi, O-B-I, Obi man or Obi woman. And so Obia is a fierce and the most feared and the more and the less undiluted spirituality that come out of chemists. and it was found there in Jamaica. And Queen Mama Nanny was a priestess in that order. So let us connect the dots and know that we are sovereign people, born from sovereign heritage of many queens. Queen Amina, Queen Nefertiti, all those queens coming down from Sekhmet, the goddess of Egypt, that fought for their people. And it's the same thing here in Jamaica. Listen.
I'm muted. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mama G. Great presentation. I'm going to open it up to the floor now. Anybody that has any questions or comments in response to any of the papers, please feel free to chime in.
Just to say, great presentation by Sister Gloria, Mama G. I have to just give her enough props for that.
Yes. Anybody else? Okay, so I can get it started, I guess, if nobody has anything. So if we're talking about Queen Nanny, indigeneity, sovereignty, as we have been for the past few minutes, how does Nanny figure into those struggles among indigenous people, such as Jamaican Maroons? Such as, yes, Jamaican Maroons consider themselves, many people consider Jamaican Maroons to be indigenous people, but how does Nanny figure into their struggle for sovereignty and recognition of that sovereignty when iconic figures like Nanny are taken and used for statecraft, for other purposes that are not in the interest necessarily of Jamaican Maroons? And I'm thinking about the ideas, the very abstract ideas of sovereignty as opposed to the sovereignty that really does have material benefits. It does things for people, it does things for nations, and that's why nations want sovereignty. They crave it because it does material things. So how does Nanny figure into the struggles of Jamaican Maroons and communities like them when symbols like her are taken for other purposes? They're subverted, or not subverted necessarily, that's extremely negative, but are used for different things other than, other than the ways that they're envisioned as working for the communities themselves.
If I could just say something about that, Ms. Tracy, Dr. Stewart, I think even before we get into that discussion, it's interesting to look at portrayal. How is Queen Nanny portrayed? On the $500 nanny note, her scarf is entirely wrong, and Honorable Crawford taught me that. So I think it'd be interesting to see, we need an accurate presentation of Queen Nanny that we can use, and it's not that $500 nanny note that's on the cover of my book. I learned afterward, they don't tie it this way. They tie it this way. They put a pipe in to get rid of the mosquitoes. So I would love to see somebody, have a dream about Nanny, do something with Mama G, and really come up, touch base with that goddess, that ancestor that she is, and come up with a true presentation that we could all use, a true representation, that we could use.
Yes, Gertrude.
Crawford.
Oh.
Crawford.
Dr. Crawford.
Yes. I wanted to say with regard to the money, it's perhaps not disrespect how the head covering is done. They didn't know any better. They didn't know any better. They didn't know that if you were to use that head covering in the bushes, it would be taken off because you could never go on the undergrowth with it. And let me just say, William Penn, the Dr. Tracy from America there, the founder of Pennsylvania, he prayed a famous prayer: God help me not to condemn what I do not understand. So I would say it is more a respect the Jamaican state was trying to create by having a woman, first woman to be given that honor. So they didn't know. What I'm anxious though about is how do we preserve our sovereignty so that it is not taken away from us? And I see Senator Barbara Blake is smiling. I'm saying smiling, she's not laughing at me.
If I may.
Okay, can she go first? And then who was that?
That was me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Harcourt.
Yeah. Yes, I wanted to respond also a little bit to Carla and Vivian by remembering into the discussion that, and I think that was what Vivian also tried to say a little bit, the whole remembering of Nani didn't have a big role in the Jamaican populace and in the political context in the early post-colonial years. So it's quite interesting that it was actually within a nation building context of statesmen, and they were men, who, as Vivian Crawford rightly said, in the 1970s, it was on vogue to come up with a female figure of positive identity for young Jamaican women growing up. And that was very much in the discussion in line with Michael Manley's policy in the 70s. And I think it's interesting to remember that. And probably what I'm hearing everybody talking a little bit about is who can really claim her heritage, or who can claim her legacy then. And I think there might be a richness in the diversity of that legacy, and it might be a very valuable conversation. And it is a bit in the line of what I was suggesting in my paper. Maybe we can discuss ideas how we can engage a larger group of young Jamaican, maybe school kids, in that conversation to see how they perceive Nani and what the rules, and thereby make the whole discussion about what does Maroon sovereignty mean today more relevant, and minimize a little bit of the tension and the fears that are still there also among the general population around Maroon about the topic of Obia. Just take the discourse and demystify it and really speak about the positive legacies that are so many in the whole Maroon history around Nani, around other leaders as well. I think that would be very valuable to youth and young people in this discourse going forward. And I would love to see some creative projects. Let's do like poetry and music and videos and videography with the young people, maybe in format of summer schools. This can be in the Maroon community, starting there, but include other communities eventually, or have more of a mix, or this can be discussed, but I think that would be a great.
Thank you, Dr. Fuller.
Yeah, just a couple of things, if I may respond to Birte in the first case. I think that, well, I guess surprisingly, or perhaps unsurprisingly, if you look around the world, a lot of citizens don't really know a lot about their national heroes or founding fathers. I think, in the case of Nanny of the Maroons, for example, the idea that you may not know about the details, that's not really surprising. I mean, in the United States, for example, if you ask the average person who is not a historian, or someone who's an avid reader, or someone who watches documentaries, and if you ask them about George Washington, or any major figure who's held up as a national hero or something, a founding father, they're not going to be able to give you the details beyond sort of anecdotal things. So I think that's something to be pointed out. And I think that's in general, anywhere you go in the world, there might be some places more than other places where people will know a little bit more than one or two anecdotal things about their heroes. With respect to the banknotes, and to respond to Carla in this case, I think that there are many more representations, artistic representations of Queen Nanny than what we find on the $500 bill. There's a variety in terms of sculptures and public art, graffiti, and all that type of stuff. Not just in Jamaica, but in other parts of the world where Queen Nanny is being reimagined, if you will. And to Director Crawford's point, there's no one alive that saw her, right? So the artist, therefore, or the artist, therefore, took artistic license to sort of imagine what she might have looked like based on a variety of oral descriptions and other things like that. Final thing I kind of want to say, if I may, and I hope you guys can see this, I just want to hold up these two banknotes. One of the things that interests me when we look at the British colonial banknote showing Queen Elizabeth II, if you look at her crown, for example, and you juxtapose that to the $500 bill, notwithstanding the inaccuracy of Nanny's headdress, she has a crown. Her headdress is a crown, and I think that juxtaposition of, like one of my colleagues at UE told me once, when Queen Elizabeth came to Jamaica, there was a populist movement that was rejecting her, and they said, "Anani afiwe queen," right? So Nanny's our queen, and she has her crown, just like Queen Elizabeth. And so we, as Maroon people, have never, notwithstanding the fact that the Jamaican state has appropriated her imagery, we have never relinquished her as our sovereign, as our ancestor, as our founder. There's no taking away Nanny from us and what she means to us. So I think it's just for us to assert, her place, continue to assert, because we do. If you go to any Maroon community, everyone, she's our, deity, as Mama G has said, she's our chief ancestor. So.
Thank you. Ms. Blake, Hannah, did you have your hand up? Or Sophia, did you have your hand? Oh,
yes, I did. There's something that just got my spirit a little bit unsettled about, the Queen of England and my Queen and Afro are being so close together, because they're kind of not. I wanted to comment earlier on, is it Miss Tim? And really just to embrace in totality all that she said, but also to recognize that that conversation is part of the conversation on identity. Because if we should take Nanny of the Maroons, Queen Nana for, as I call her, and if we should use her in any way, shape, and form that would suggest that we're claiming her, then we're claiming her indomitable spirit. We're claiming her brilliance as divine feminine, but the divine feminine expressed as a warrior energy. We're claiming her as the divine feminine expressed as a mother. We're claiming the divine feminine expressed as a nurturer. And there are some ways we couldn't excuse ourselves in behaving, in our behaviors, if we should claim all that Nanny is, because she's all of what I just said, and a whole heap more. What I said is the tip of the iceberg. There's a way when we claim her in any shape and form, we're claiming a whole culture that we have a right to, because she stands among our ancestors, which gives us the right, the first right to claim all that she represents. She has stood here in this country for a long time with very little information, very little known about her, the culture she represents, and the sheer magnitude of who we are, enveloped in all of that. She would never wear a crown like the Queen of England. If she's a can, her crown is a thing of splendor, is a thing of greatness because it speaks. It is not a silent thing. When somebody is installed as a queen mother, as a chief, as an accomplice, you are mandated and you have responsibilities. It's not for show. It is never for show. It is an invitation. It is a challenge to anyone else to be. Because she's gone way beyond role model. That term is just not big enough to hold these people who we claim as our ancestors, with Queen Nana for being an exemplary one. If the women in Jamaica could see her spirit, what would stop our nation from growing?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very great points. Does anybody else have anything to say? Anything to add to the conversation?
I just want to say I had the same exact thought about the crown. Obviously, what you said, Dr. Fofia, I'm going to go back and listen to 12 times. But the crown, she did not need a crown. That's what I was thinking too.
Thank you.
I would just add to the conversation about crowns that as a Rasta woman, we cover our heads with whatever we cover with. It's called a crown. And every Rasta woman is supposed to wear her crown. So the fact that Nani has her head wrapped means that she's wearing her crown. And we all wear our crowns because we are queens, we are empresses. So in Africa, a woman doesn't go out bareheaded, you know. It's only in Western cultures that women go bareheaded. In African cultures, in most cultures of the world, women, when they have women, adult women, cover their heads. It's a sign of womanhood. So I would just say that as a Rasta woman, I'm never ever seen without my crown. And I follow Sister Nani in that. Mama Nani, Queen Nani.
Thank you so much. And that's perfect because I am happy to introduce you. Barbara Blake Hanna is going to read some excerpts from her book, The Moon Has Its Secrets. The floor is yours. Thank you.
To all gathered here today, those I know, Sister Gloria in particular, who recommended that I be included in this excellent historic program. Brother Vivian Crawford, a Portlander, my brother Vivian, yes, we are truly, long time we know each other, and I'm so honored to be in the same. Love you, Mr. Crawford. Okay. All the people I'm meeting here today. Carla, good morning, who I met last night. Fran, how lovely to meet you through all your conversations. Queen Afua also, everyone. Tracy, thank you. Harcourt Fuller, my Jamaican brother over there. But let me just introduce my book, The Moon Has Its Secrets. It was written for Nani because I love her so much. I'm so inspired by this woman. And it's a story that she wrote. It's the story of a woman, Goffe, who is taken from Africa as a young girl and enslaved in Jamaica. And on the plantation, after being there a few years, she meets a Coromantee man, Kwame, who takes her, and they escape to Maroon country, where they live, become leaders of the Maroon community, and raise 3 children, 2 boys, Kodjo, Goffe, and a girl called Bella. By the end of this chapter that I'm reading to you, Bella receives her warrior name, which is Nana. But let me read the piece of this chapter that will fit in 15 minutes. Chapter 8, Maroon War. Make me brave, make me strong, make me victorious. Make me brave, make me strong, make me victorious. Bella repeated the mantra over and over. She remembered the words her mother Fofia had taught her, the words that had carried her through her capture, her sea journey, her enslavement, and her eventual freedom, in which her mother had turned the camera off again, safely through the battle. Bella had helped her mother pack up their belongings the day before, emptying the small thatched house of all movable, valuable possessions wrapped up in the hammocks, large strips of canvas clothing and bags. From early morning, the older women had set out carrying the village on their heads, a long line of people climbing up higher and higher into the hills of the Blue Mountains, moving silent and invisible in the dense forest, along paths that had been laid out as escape routes long ago when the village was first settled. There they had already built some similar little houses for an emergency like this. Goffe said goodbye to her daughter, joining the older women. She would be needed to tend for the wounded who would be brought to the new hillside abode. Your first battle, my daughter. Goffe held Bella's shoulders tight. Fight well, defend our freedoms, take blood. Bella looked deep into her mother's eyes. At last I get to fight a battle. My father and you have taught me well. I will defend our freedom to death. Bella watched her mother turn and join the clamors, following the sight of her back until it disappeared. Then it was time for her to join the warriors she was leading, a team of men and women armed with sharp machetes. Make me brave, make me strong, make me victorious. Make me brave, make me strong, make me victorious. Bella repeated the mantra. She heard the first abeng sound the message incited, advancing along the edge of the nearest estate. It had begun. Now she would know what a real battle was like. Now she was no longer a woman, but a warrior woman. The battle had been divided into 4 main stages. The invading army would soon meet the first stage of battle. The pits with sharp bamboo sticks that had been dug and hidden in the main path that led instantly towards the village. The first stage captured and injured many of the first wave of soldiers, reducing their numbers and putting fear into the hearts of the slaves that accompanied them. Bella was in charge of the second stage of battle, and it was time for her warriors to take their position. Dressed in vines and tree branches, they slipped into the bushes along the side of a narrow path that ran along a mountain that dropped off into a precipice. Once they settled, Bella's warriors became part of the forest itself. The army of soldiers dressed in red uniforms that were so sorely inappropriate for the terrain in which they fought, marched past Bella and her warriors without seeing them. Bella counted more than 120 armed men who she let pass without harm. 12 Africans followed, plantation slaves who'd been forced to carry arms or who were willing bearers. 4 other slaves followed them, carrying the army's food and arms. Make me brave, make me strong, make me victorious. Make me brave, make me strong, make me victorious. Bella took the first blood. A tree branch became a hand carrying a sharp knife that severed a head from a body. Another strong branch threw both over the precipice. Bella's warriors were glad to follow her example. The earth of the man-made forest became wet with blood. Seeing Bella's arm at momentary rest from relentless slaughter, one slave turned pitiful eyes to the eyes in the tree and begged for mercy. Join us or die, Bella whispered between clenched teeth. Allah be praised, was his only sound. Taken prisoner, Bella ordered. Let him live to tell the tale. One by one, the slaves disappeared from the colonial army line. The sound of bodies falling into the jungle, muffled by the dense mass of branches they fell into, hardly disturbing the noise of soldiers marching ahead. The pile of captured booty left behind was high. Bella sent some of her warriors to take the captured guns and ammunition to another path over the hill to the warriors at the second battle point. Then she raised the abeng to her lips to signal the success of her battle and blew the message sounds. Bella could hear another abeng take up the signal as the third battle began. As the path leveled into a clearing, the redcoats were engulfed by a strong battalion of free Africans, surrounding them with guns, muskets, and hand-to-hand combat with machetes. As Bella and her warriors held their position, she could hear shouts and cries in English and in African languages that filled the day with the agonies of battle. Bella heard the English general sound the retreat on his silver horn, telling his soldiers to escape down the hillside to the river. And Bella heard the abeng blower in the valley below send the signal to the warriors at the fourth battle point. Bella knew the battle was over now because Kwame had expected the retreat and planned for it. Down in the valley beside the river that the English thought would rescue their retreat, Kwame and his soldiers awaited them with the fiercest battle of all. None would escape. Bella gathered the rest of her warriors beside her. They stripped off the branches and vines of their disguise and picked up the weapons they had brought with them and some new ones captured. Bella picked up two large empty Bella gathered the guys and picked up the wrath and pushed one on each of her wrists, holding them up with a smile to admire their shine. They would be useful in the next battle. Bella liked the smell of blood around her. It was a rich perfume that she would never tire of. I'm a woman warrior now. Bella was proud of herself and of her warriors. Come, let us go down to the river, she signaled them to follow her. The others will need help carrying the wounded up to the new place of rest. Assigning one warrior to take charge of their captive, Bella led her warriors down the hill towards the river. Already a line of wounded was coming towards them through the trees. Brave warriors who knew the price of freedom was bought with blood. The unwounded supported the walking wounded. They carried some over strong shoulders or on their backs or on makeshift stretchers of tree limbs around which vines had been wound. Bella had seen such a line of men and women after a battle, for it was to her mother Goffe and the medicine women of her company. But something was wrong. In times after other battles, the warriors' faces would brighten when they saw Bella, knowing that she was adept at the healing science as her mother who had taught her. But this time the warriors cast their eyes down when they saw Bella. One turned his face away. The face of another had tears. Bella soon saw why. Coming towards her on a stretcher carried by two men, Johnny leading at the front. As they saw her, he shouted, "Keep her back, don't let her see this." It was too late. With a swift leap, Bella was beside the stretcher. It was Kwame. "Oh no, my father!" Bella signaled the bearers to stop and lay Kwame on the ground. "Where is he hurt?" The wound was a gaping hole of blood and flesh that seemed to completely cover the left side of Kwame's chest. "Our chief, your father, fought bravely at the front of our warriors," Johnny spoke softly. He said it was his right to take the life of the army captain who had brought soldiers to take away our freedom. Our chief attacked him face to face and chopped him, severed the man's left arm, but the man shot him full on with his musket. It hit our chief, but he did not fall. He did not fall until he had severed the man's head from his body with one keen chop. Bella's tears flowed down her face. Kwame opened his eyes. They were red, burning like fire was burning in them. "The spirit gods have blessed us with victory, my daughter. We are safe again." Kwame's eyes closed. His chest still moved beneath the gore and blood. "I am glad, my father. Victory is yours." Bella wiped the tears from her face. This was not the time or place to cry. She was a warrior woman now. She was fine. Her mother and help her.
That was amazing.
By the end,
reading it.
It's her warrior name, which is Nana. By the end of this chapter, I recommend you all to read this book. I did not write it. This book was written by our national heroine, Nani. I didn't know from page to page what the story would be. I didn't know how it would end. When I looked for the ending, that's when I saw this picture. Nanny Falls, important. I didn't know of Nanny Falls when I lived there, but this picture came to me, and then the end of the story in this book unfolded with this.
Sorry, it was called Big Fort then. But
what?
It was, yes, in my childhood it was called Big Fort, but changed now to Nanny.
Look at that. You see what I learned today.
So you're absolutely right.
Yes. Well, this story is
the big
stories, and it follows her from her mother right through to the end. And I won't spoil the end. I wish I could read it all to you. One of these days, I'll read it and put it on tape so that our children can hear the story. Those who can read and those who can't. I love you all. Thank you so much.
That's another round of applause, actually, for everybody. Wonderful papers. Thank you very much. And thank you for that chapter. It was wonderful. I have no idea how to end this, Fran, so.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tracy, and thank you, Nanny panel, and thank you, Barbara Blake Hanna. I really want to read the whole thing. Such inspiring words and voices. I would now like to introduce Akin, also known as Akinsanya. Is he still in the room? Is he here? If not, Scruffmouth just sent me the links to his poems because he's having some technical difficulties. I guess what I would do is just share the screen. I'm actually, does anybody have any suggestions on how to get these links up here? I'm sorry, I don't know.
You got them through the chat or through?
Yeah, they're in the chat.
I think you can copy, if you go to the buttons in the chat, I think you can copy and maybe copy and paste it.
To where?
You know what? I'm gonna stop reaching because I don't know.
Is it a performance on the link?
Yes.
So
Here.
I think
it's in the chat now, right now.
So if you share screen and then you go to the performance, we should all see it.
Okay, and he said to make sure I share audio. I'm not sure how to do that. Can somebody, Paul, can you take over? It's in the regular chat now.
There's a button that shows audio. I think it's right next to video. Let me see. Video. No, it's on the mute. You'll see all the audio selections.
Oh, wait, Paul's doing it. Thank you so much, Paul.
I have a question for the panel while we get this going. How many people do you think will see this recording 10 years from now? In totality, all the recordings, the people who are here live now, Dr. Crawford, how many people do you think will watch this?
I would say millions. I would say millions. 282 years ago, they didn't anticipate it today.
Charlestown, Maroon. Charlestown. Yeah. Pick up the working staff and the dancing staff. The crew that keep it going, you know. I know we pick up the general chief of staff. Everything wow, you know. This is Bushy Kunde.
Real Bushy Kunde.
Homage to the one who walk the walk, talk the talk. And you play my nice variation. Bushy Kunde all over. That's all I'm going to tell. That job is merciful to I and I all the time. Bushy Kunde. Liberation, Bushy Kunde. I am Bushy Kunde. Liberation, Mushikunde. Mushikunde is Africa. Them say we are diaspora. Mushikunde scattered all over. Caribbean the seed of the American. Mushikunde. 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 Liberation, Mushikunde. Surinam 5 Nation, Mushikunde. Jamaica, Leone, we want Mushikunde. Trinidad American, Mushikunde. Belize, South Carolina, Goli Buche, Mushikunde. Can't Nova Scotia, Mushikunde. Mushikunde in a Sierra Leone. Transported found in way back home. Mushikunde. 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 Liberation, Mushikunde. Mushikunde knows how to survive. Mushikunde is the surviving moving valley and swamp. Mushikunde. 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 Liberation, Mushikunde. We are Mushikunde. Liberation, Mushikunde. Mushikunde is Africa. Them say we are diaspora. Mushikunde scattered all over. Caribbean the seas of the Americas. Mushikunde. 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 That's your Mushikunde. That's how Mushikunde. Run it down, Mushikunde. More down, Mushikunde. Yeah, tribute to the Mushikundas all over. Now in a rubber dub style. Coming in straight from Jamaica, you know. And because I want to scam, I will do. Mushikunde is a tabra. Yeah. Marijuana. Oh, turn it up. Turn the mic, the speaker on and turn it up. More valley. Nice. The early from that. Let's pay homage to the herb. Marijuana. Turn up the rhythm. Yeah. One indica. Babylon bomb over the good. Senses me inner. Lamb's bread Mary chain. Put indica. No call I Joe to the lamb. Babylon, use the earth to heal you more now. Cancer, asthma, and the glaucoma. Arthritis. Fear number. Prescribe the poison. Can't over the good. Sensibility. Lamb's bread Mary Hold on, early man, from the yeah. How's that one there? How's that one there? Yeah. Enough herbs thrown out, you know. My life as a humble sense plant. I have fulfilled needs. I have fulfilled wants. Yet I'm always hunted by John Law. Still, I have the highest. Boom, 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 John. Check it. High grade. Rascal, I want to see what I want them. I'm going to chant high grade in a few times. All right, play fancy girl now. Yeah. We'll play some scam. Yeah. Listen up. Have mercy on them soul. Just let the good time roll. Fancy girl in her classy world. Adorned in diamonds and pearls. She got her cash, she got her stuff from her day. And she got body props. Hey. She's bleaching her melanin. The system she tried to fit in. She think it's good to bleach her roots, to live her life so false, living a system with flaws. Check it out. Living her life so false. Check it out. This is what I want now. Black girl in a white world. Her status quo, that's her concern. She's where she make it. I wear it. Her cosmetic facelift. Now look how she's faking it. Let's get that so cut to fit. She got her education. She don't need a recommendation. Check it out. I'm finished up with what is that dream. She thought her illusion was real. Now the one that she is the one. She's already the detection. Make mistakes and pay their way. Time is the social escape. Gotta papa you did. Gotta papa you did. That's all you gotta papa you did. Alright, we want to know. The rest of the road and don't look at one right now. Yeah. You know what this? Friends have a team. Yeah, this Queen Nanny. This is the fourth show. One day, we're not ready. That one day. Yes, Anna! Oh, you're you know. I want never sign, no paper, no life, no business, no fraud. We never sell out our person. She said it's unite and don't fight. It's faith to know our nature. One ourselves don't fight. Check it out. Nothing never sell out. Never. Put it on the love sell out. Never. Put it royal sell out. Yeah. Yes, man. Check it out. Queen Ayabinge and Queen Nani, the very wanna, they wanna roll it. Yeah, I'm for and Queen Ayabinge, the very wanna, strategize, little her down, our Queen, you're a winner. No very good woman. A warrior, never we can never shut out. Not die. One out. Okay. Take it down. Take it down. Hey, you want that? Wow. I'm talking for you. Telling them not to time. Open your eyes. She said you should. Open your eyes, see the brother, no my brother, can you reach the freedom light? Open your eyes, faith gets united. One ourselves don't fight them, check it out, never, yeah, I'm the queen, yeah. I get no plan, no, you know, I don't just honor her. Yeah. I will honor the one that will fight the fight, you know. I'm not going to do what they do, we don't criticize, you know. Just say honor and take that to whoever they right now. Yeah, every time. Just feel up with a sound here. Come on, do that. Come on, do one to it. Hold them, mama. Yeah, what's up, huh? Oh, man, good. Yeah, that one. All right, right on track. Right on track. That woman there. Alright. Yes.
Thank you.
Hold on. Anyone can tell me what is the bombo or the bombo? Then let's them up. Yeah. Never time you chance, right? I want you to do the research too, you know?
Let's start. Maroon, that's it. So.
Take it from the top. From the top, from the top. Take it from the top. Turn it off. The bombo man, here I come. Here the bombo need man. Move on the man. Take it out, girl, it's need one. The bombo man, I am. Check it. You want to do it in the bombo. Ruthless and we in the bombo. Repatriate to the bombo. I tell it in the bombo. How do you know the Bongo is in Africa? It's all that more than into Atlanta. Mountain range, people, they feel we stand. The Bongo is no that's where I wanna go. Mountain to the Pangola River flow. The Bongo is at the Congo. Chant the Bongo in the river. So, we want to talk in the Bongo. Rules are up, standing in the Bongo. Repatriate to the Bongo. Isolate in the Bongo. Have you heard that the Bongo Moses asked me fast to be found. Much older than the ASAFU. I'm supposed to ask God to let me know. The Goffe makes nothing in Babylon. Everything that wants to have a character. Don't go in state that has some matter. It's the same type of afternoon. That's why we want to go in the Goffe. Rules are standing in the Goffe. Repatriate to the Bongo. I shall live in the Bongo. See, they found out with the research and review. Before we get other items based review. Maybe it was a 5-star item still. I shall the 5-star necessary. They found out how we were first lazy. You are like those who make content. I say nothing on the Bongo maker. Chant the Bongo is one I am dead. And every time, we want to tell me in the Bongo. Remember the Bongo is the road. It's a mountain. And that's how I'm find it.
Make it stay, brother. Make it stay up there in our record. Make it up yourself. Come up outside. Come up outside.
What?
Okay, Frank, over to you.
Hold on. Hi. Over to me. All right. Paul, are you still there? Can you share your screen with Scruffmouth? Or Scruffmouth.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
All right.
But, wait, I can't because there was a power surge here. I disappeared, so I don't have the links anymore.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties.
Fran, do you want me to try?
Yes, I could put this back. I just copied it back into the chat, or I'm about to.
Fran, do you want me to try?
Also, there's an echo.
Okay, let me share my screen. 1 second, let me just do this first.
Thank you.
Let's hope it works.
Is Scruffmouth still here so we could introduce him? Scruffmouth, are you here?
Can you hear it?
Yes, but I'm not sure if Scruffmouth is still here. Scruffmouth, are you here? Can you message me? Well, yeah, no, thank you, Harcourt. Paul, are you still there? Can somebody help me?
Yeah, I'd say just introduce the work and then have Harcourt play it for us.
Okay, this is the work of Kevin Anthony Cameron, aka Scruffmouth. He's got 2 poems here. One is called Black Matthew, and the other is Color Me Maroon. Thank you, Harcourt, so much.
All right.
Jovem Avenue, Aquaba, making man, this match the Casca. First to arrive at the sister Ita. First to arrive from way back in the day. Coast to coast, we reach all of the people's then. An upstanding member in societies of men. The order of good cheer, I could stand from there to hear what you never know, so no put up here. You see me navigate the ship across the sea. But they never name a piece of water after me. Them call me Negro, and more. I am a free black man upon Canadian shores. Me live with all of the native people, them from the Great White North down to Browning Caribbean, indigenous, original, and West Indian. Who pay top dollar to me to find the land. We work for the Guan City, Massa Champlain. Discovery and compass is the name of the game. The name is the play. So me can't complain. When we get a big ransom, that's the slave trade. We speak too much Creole, they can sell me down the river. Big money contract on me have to deliver. So every say me up a new bonjour aquaba, me did name is back to the Costa. I come by way of Portugal. No matter what the language, we respond to the call. We serve in Canada, Haiti, and Nouveau France. It's watching on my flow in a old Amsterdam. I left the motherland from the coast of Angola. Sailed up to Spain from the I can say Ola. Transatlantic crusade victim. I am a free man, so we learn to speak pidgin. Interpreter and sailor to all the known land. Black man, the God of the great African. The black ones that ruled in Spain were overthrown. As the end of papyrus from the paper throne. If they can't got the language when you build Babel Tower, then I get the culture and they can't hold the power. So them in companies and Christians on missions, them kidnap me to interpret and listen. So me say we have a new bonjour aquaba, me did name this back to the Costa. Dutch and Iroquois, me trade kitchen back and even patois, make my Italians, Swahili, Portuguese, German, Arabic, Spanish, and Congolese, Abenaki, Catalan, Tree, and Acadian. I am the first black man to be Canadian, so me sing again, me have a new bonjour aquaba, me did name this back to the Costa, and I begin the planet and all of the 7 seas. Me tell you white men bring death and disease, conspiracy to kidnap, thief, and colonize, committing crimes against humanity and from my eyes. How can I work with this man that I detest? Them have to build the key to open up the treasure chest. Them have to build bigger ships to trade in slavery. Not for you tomorrow compass and some bravery. So me refuse to give further direction to the Dutch man and get accused of insurrection. Them knock me up and say, man, to the cost. You can never stop the African Holocaust. The European battleships are ready for war. So who in this world do you think you are? For the land, I'll be on the new bonjour aquaba, me did name this back to the Costa. Kofa. Say whoa if in a Wosan Kofa a Yankee. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Go back and fetch the answer from your earliest collected memory. Akashic mind mapping like illustrated children's stories, encoded with symbology like a chicken moving forward to cross the street while looking back at its tail. We speak of this proverb like X marks the spot. It is not taboo to remember what you forgot. Rough mouth describe, spoken notebook, double minor. Dismissed from something major, my appetite yet to come. My dinner served without me, but there was left a crumb. Dismissed from something major, decided from the start. The world and everything in it, revolution of the heart. Dismissed from the mystery, everyone wants to know. Dismissed from the memory of yesterday's heroes. My hunger drove my passion, I rationed all I had. My dinner served without me, and that did leave me sad. My methods moved to motion, many movements materialized, an academic ocean to study and be generalized. Dismissed from something major, I was on the true path, and even shallow critics could not figure out the math. If 3 square meals a day are consumed by idle minds, then the root of the issue is quickly left behind. Like chitlins for the slave, I ran swiftly to receive. However, I was reminded that master's plan was to deceive. Dismissed from something major, the plantation left for dead. I bravely assumed my papers for the freedom in my head.
All right, thank you so much. Harcourt, you're a genius. I appreciate it so much. You would think after teaching online that moving things around from chat to share screen wouldn't confuse me, but I think it always will. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for participating in the first half of today. And I would like to introduce Marcus Goffe, who is taking over as moderator now. And he's got some exciting panels to introduce for us. Marcus, are you there?
Hey, yes, I'm here. Hi, Fran. Hi, team. Are you seeing me? Oh, not yet. They hearing me? Okay, let me see.
Marcus?
I don't think you see me, but can you hear me?
We're hearing you. Hearing but not seeing.
Okay, cool.
Okay, well, for those of you who are just coming in, we just had 2 panels, one on new research in Indigenous sovereignty and another on Nanny, with performances by Akinsanya and Scruffmouth. And coming up, we have a panel called Challenges and Opportunities of Sovereignty Then and Now.
Right. All right. Thanks very much for that, Fran.
Marcus, you're on mute.
Am I on mute still? Are you hearing me? Nobody's hearing me?
Yeah, hearing you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hear you and see.
Okay. Right. All right. Cool. So, yeah. So we're gonna go on with the program. But thanks to the team, thanks to Paul and Fran for anchoring the first half, and thanks, of course, to all our interesting speakers, researchers, writers who have different perspectives, to share on Indigenous sovereignty. So yes, I'm going to kick off with our first panel for the afternoon session here this afternoon. And what we're looking at in this panel is Indigenous sovereignty from a regional perspective, looking at some of the similarities, some of the differences, some of the challenges, and some of the opportunities that exist in terms of forging an Indigenous sovereign identity in the region in the 21st century. So in this first panel, we will have speakers from different perspectives from the region, or persons who have done research or are working in the region. And so I'm pleased to be able to moderate this panel and to lead the discussions in this respect, right? What I will do first is introduce our speakers, and then we will get right into the discussion. Of course, we want to make it interactive, and so we want to ensure that we also have time for questions and answers and comments from our audience, right? So this panel will feature, as the program shows, which I hope persons can view. We'll be hearing from Mr. Lucayo Casillas. He's a PhD candidate in the history department of the University of California, Berkeley, sorry, who's done a fair amount of research and is continuing to, look at the history of indigenous sovereignty in the Americas. And so he'll be sharing some of his current research with us, which I know will be provocative. We'll also be hearing from Dr. Maximilian Forte. He's a professor of anthropology at Concordia University in Montreal, Canada, who's done also a fair amount of anthropological work and research with several communities in the Caribbean, particularly in Dominica, Trinidad and Tobago, and more recently in Grenada. And we'll be hearing from Mrs. Cynthia Ellis, who is the Vice President, Women and International Affairs of the Garifuna Nation. We're pleased to have her with us as well, which was here yesterday and today, to also share the perspectives of our indigenous neighbors in the region. We also should be hearing from Mr. Fergus McKay, Senior Counsel in the Forest Peoples Program of St. Lucia. Mr. McKay is not yet with us. He did indicate and send apologies that he had an unforeseen accident with his young son, who he's currently at the hospital with. Nothing too serious, but it may still take some time, he says, to make sure that is completed before he can join us. I'm hoping he'll be able to join us before we conclude this discussion, right? So I'm going to just introduce them, Mr. Lucayo Casillas, who is here with us and ready to go. Of course, Lucayo, no stranger to us here in Charlestown, right? Lucayo is a first-year PhD student in African and Caribbean history programs at the University of California, Berkeley. He studied African, Caribbean, and indigenous history at Dartmouth College, where he completed a 700-page history concerning the Jamaican Maroons. Lucayo studies African and Caribbean political and cultural history, an emphasis on Ghana and on Jamaica. He will be talking and presenting today on the historicizing of Jamaican Maroon sovereignty, which will set the tone for us to go into further discussions thereafter. So greetings, Lucayo.
Thank you for that introduction, Marcus. Thank you for having me here. Very good to be here again. Colonel Douglas, Paul, Fran, everybody who does all the work to keep this going, the Charlestown Maroon Council, everyone, this is such an amazing thing. And of course, the Lumbsdens here too, give thanks to all the people who do all the work to keep this going, this near 3 centuries of celebration of sovereignty. So I'll just get into it. Hopefully I have enough time here. I might have to cut me off, we'll see. Well, during the near 2 centuries of British chattel slavery in Jamaica, nearly 1.2 million Africans were brought to the island. Nearly 340,000 of these enslaved Africans were from the Gold Coast of Guinea, which is now the nation of Ghana. The European planters of the Americas referred to these Africans as Cormantes. They were named after the Akan settlement of the southern Gold Coast called Cormante. This is where the English built their first major settlement and trade fortress on the African continent during the 1640s. Now, the chiefs of Cormante conveyed to me that the name of their community derives from a proverb, and that this proverb recounts their history of migration from the central forests of Ghana to the southern coast, where the Guang people, who are not Akans, were the original inhabitants. Many Africans were held in the dungeons within the English fortress of Cormante before they were later shipped to the Americas, which can explain why the English referred to their Gold Coast slaves as Cormantes for marketing purposes. But I find the indigenous proverb to be interesting in that the so-called Coromantese will end up engaging in another migration, much more extreme in nature, across the sea to be slaves on white man's plantations. Now, of course, very few people from Coromantese itself, which was more than a village, it was a powerful city-state, very few people from this community were actually sold to the Americas as slaves. The term Coromantese, moreover, has come to encompass all the Africans from the region of Ghana, most of whom belong to various Akan-speaking groups, but other derives from the Ga, Gwang, Ewe peoples as well. Now, due to shared cultural and political forms across the region of the Gold Coast and the later dominance of the Akan peoples across the lands during the 18th century, the Coromantese in Jamaica were able to recognize their commonalities when they reached the Americas as slaves, despite the fact that these Africans were from different and often warring societies. Now, during the late 17th century and throughout the 18th century, which is the 1700s, the Coromantese maintained a potent cultural and spiritual influence, if not dominance, in Jamaican slave society. Scholars have examined this cultural and religious impact of the Coromantese on Jamaican society in depth for some time, but only recently are scholars but only recently are more scholars recognizing the reality that alongside cultural and religious legacies, Jamaica also inherited political traditions from the Coromantese peoples. This very real phenomenon is ultimately pertinent to the conversation concerning the historicization of Maroon sovereignty and personhood. In other words, the history of Maroon sovereignty and personhood can in many ways be traced to the political agency of the Coromantese people during their campaign for freedom, land, and even power during the age of slavery in the Caribbean. When analyzing the political legacies of the Coromantese presence in Jamaica and the Greater Americas, one can see that it is intertwined with the reputation that the Coromantese gained among the whites for violence, insurrection, deceit, vengeance, and even valor and courage. The Coromantese, as historians have demonstrated, spearheaded more than their fair share of violent forms of resistance against slavery. However, the Coromantese were not merely fixed on destroying the colonial slave societies of the Europeans, but also aspired to build their own societies, even relying on the enslavement of other Africans and Europeans if deemed necessary. Evidence of this can be traced in the many instances of Coromantese conspiracies throughout the Americas, whereby Coromantese Africans plotted to overthrow the slavers and install their own rulers, sometimes both male and female. Critical features of these conspiracies included the holding of elaborate coronation installment ceremonies, which served as mediums for the dissemination of political philosophy and identity among the Coromantese and the Africans who joined them or who were forced to join them. From the rise of British chattel slavery in the Americas during the late 17th century, throughout the height during the 18th century, British slavers were sporadically and sometimes consistently driven to abject fear upon the discovery of these plots. And Coromantese political ceremonies had a direct influence on the drafting of British slave codes that criminalized the gathering of Africans in large numbers, the practice of African spirituality, and even the making and usage of African instruments such as drums and horns. Now, one thing that can be said about this phenomenon of what I call Coromantese contestation is that an overwhelming majority of Coromantese efforts to wrest control of power from the whites were marked by dramatic and extremely violent failure. The Coromantese conspiracy to establish a kingdom failed in Barbados in the 1680s, and in the Virgin Islands of St. in Antigua, they failed in the 1730s. The Coromantese of New York failed in 1741, and they failed in Berbice in Guyana in 1763. Although many Coromantese in that region of Guyana would also find success as bush negroes, or bush Negroes, as the Dutch would call them, which some groups like the Njoka becoming very powerful Maroon tribes. In Jamaica, of course, Coromantese conspiracies to elect a king were also met with acute torture in the 1680s. These Africans were practically chopped to pieces. And of course, the great insurrections led by Takina Pongo and other Coromantese in Jamaica during the 1760s were too met with incredibly violent ends. However, where a great multitude had failed, the Maroons of Jamaica triumphed. By 1700, there were over 1,000 Maroons on the island, most of them Coromantese. Between 1673 and 1690, there were a series of major slave rebellions. And a small number of the Maroon, but there were major slave rebellions that were led by Coromantese. However, there were a small number of Maroons who were also descended from the Tainos and the Spanish Negroes, so-called Spanish Negroes. Now, the Coromantese Maroons, who were called rebel Negroes by the whites, had by this time, by 1700, potentially slayed over 400 white persons, including military men, civilians, etc. They escaped the wrath of the slavers and were thus able to proceed with the political procedures that other Coromantese were blocked from completing. By the 1720s, the Coromantese were established on each side of the island in their mountain strongholds, where they fortified towns and had satellite villages to support the main settlements. In the west was Kojo Town, and in the east was the Great Negro Town, or Nani Town. Now we can ask ourselves, if the Jamaican Maroon societies have proven to be ethnically, culturally, spiritually, and linguistically defined by the Coromantee peoples, how can we not deduce that the political practices of the Gold Coast will also serve to inform the organization of their communities? Scholars have done much work to connect the Jamaican Coromantee culture with the cultures of the Gold Coast, Ghana, establishing the origins for the cultural and spiritual forms we have hitherto discussed. But what were the political practices that the Coromantees brought with them to Jamaica? To answer this, we must consult the period sources written by European merchant traders who operated in the Gold Coast of Guinea. These include documents compiled by the Dutch Hoogte Yerda West-Indisch Company, or the Dutch West India Company, which was based in the Gold Coast, as well as Dutch sources from Africa during the 17th century, which include the Beschrijvingen en de Historische Verhaal van het Hout-Honigheid van Guinea from 1602, the nauwkeurige Beschrijvingen der Afrikaanse gewesten, by Offer Dapper, compiled by Offer Dapper in 1668, and of course the nauwkeurige Beschrijving van de Guineas Hout, Tan and Slavicus by the illustrious Willem Bosman from the Dutch West India Company, published in 1704. There are also French sources from Jean Barbeau, Vian de Compagnie du Sénégal, and his writings in the Journal de Traite en Guinée are very helpful. And of course, the English sources from the Royal African Company and Danish and German sources from their respective trading companies all reveal great information regarding the political context of the Gold Coast during the rise and expansion of the slave trade. Furthermore, when seeking to study the indigenous political history of the Gold Coast, I believe we must also consult with the living traditional authorities of traditional Ghanaian society. These are the people who maintain the works of chieftaincy in Ghana to this day. They, of course, maintain a unique and unrivaled expertise and knowledge when it comes to the nature of their own political practices. Moving on, European and traditional sources alike attest to the following situation. The societies of the Akan Gold Coast were essentially defined by a separation of powers vested into multiple branches of governance. These branches were administered by a number of officials. There were the Ahemfo and Ahemafo, the male and female leaders of a given polity. They acted as a sort of executive branch that oversaw the function of society at its head. Then there were the Impeinfo, the council of elders who advised the chiefs. There were the Akomfo prophet priests, the Abosomfo heads of worship, who operated as sort of ecclesiastic or religious order in these societies and held great sway over the people. Then there were the ASAFU military societies that presided over matters of war, the construction and upkeep of towns and villages, and economic functions such as hunting, farming, and logging for timber. All of these institutions existed within what the Akan called the Omain, the state. Am I at time? Oh, no. All of these institutions existed within what the Akan called the Omain, the state. Every Omain has its capital settlement where the Manshia, the palace, or where the nation meets, serves as the base of governance. The capital settlement was the center of the Omain, with other and smaller settlements, often smaller settlements, acting as settlements that pledge allegiance to the capital. These satellite communities were smaller Omain, and they had their own chiefs, priests, elders, and warriors as well. The large empires such as Asante or Akwemu were superficially ruled by the Omain Hene, the paramount chief, or the high king. However, several checks and balances were in play in these societies. Queen mothers, priests, elders, and war leaders all had considerable sway over the flow of governance. And to this day, traditional forms of impeachment or destoolement have served to remind the paramount chiefs, as well as other leaders, of their obligations to the whole society. Furthermore, not being a textually literate society, the Africans of the Gold Coast maintained their law through oral tradition, and the Achamifo, the Achami, were and are the masters of this tradition. The Achami memorized all the laws, and all political offices and procedures were sealed by the ceremonies involving the swearing of sacred oaths. Now, during the 17th and 18th centuries, almost finished here, the European and African sources alike convey that the Gold Coast were undergoing extreme politicization due to the processes of state formation, expansion, and destruction. Due to competition over trade and later, due to competition over gold and later slave trades, Gold Coast societies became especially militarized as nation states were forming, expanding, and suffering great defeats. The political context and the scale of violence at this time can be surmised by the 18th century Asante proverb, "Sewo kuma pema apembeba." If you kill 1,000 of us, 1,000 more will come. So, and we must remember here that the name Asante, which comes from the Akan words Asa and Inti, means because of warfare. Thus, the political and economic conflicts among the Gold Coast societies ultimately fueled the British slave trade. And this was no accident, as the English deliberately stimulated warfare by trading mass quantities of firearms in the Gold Coast, which the Dutch despised, as the Dutch preferred to maintain a peaceful gold trade opposed to a slave trade in the region. However, the British interests eventually superseded all others. From the Commando Wars in the southern Gold Coast that occurred during the late 1600s into the early 1700s, which the English labored to provoke, the English merchants drew nearly 50,000 Coromantee slaves from these conflicts. The Commando Wars certainly stimulated the Asante Wars, which resulted in the rise of the Asante Nation in 1701. And between 1701 and 1750, the English purchased over 270,000 Africans from the Gold Coast, and over 140,000 of these people were sent to Jamaica. Thus, we can see Coromantee peoples of Jamaica and the Maroons, by extension, were already born out of great conflict. Now, how does this translate to Maroon sovereignty? Well, period sources as well as traditional knowledge that Maroon communities maintain to this day both describe how the Coromantee Maroons managed to organize in the mountains of Jamaica societies that were nearly identical to those of the Gold Coast. They had their base settlements with their satellite communities. They had their paramount chiefs who governed the base settlements. Surrounding the Maroon towns were plots of crops that were identical to the cultivated fields of the Gold Coast of Ghana. The white militiamen never failed to mention the rich plantations of cassava, dasheen, plantain, pumpkin, and banana that enriched the Maroon lifestyle. Along with the rule of chiefs, the Maroons had their priestly order. And I will maintain here that African priestly orders have been integral to Jamaican religious practice from the days of the Maroons through the traditions of Mayal, Kumina, Revival, Bedwardism, Owlism, Baba Shanti, Nyabingi, and the 12 tribes of Israel. Moving on, Jamaican archival sources also report that the Maroons had developed a military society, and we can deduce this as being the ASAFU. Now, aside from the works of anthropologist Bernard Zips, I have not encountered any considerable historical research that connects the subject of ASAFU to Ghana. This issue, however, was a major subject of study in my undergraduate thesis that I completed at Dartmouth College. And let it be known here that it was not through sheer miracle that the Maroons triumphed in the war against the British, but they harnessed the ASAFU military intelligence and practice of the Gold Coast. The Maroons were able to stand firm against the powers of the great empire because they had military knowledge. I found in my own research, for example, that Nannytown alone, there were nearly a dozen engagements, skirmishes, or battles at Nannytown, and 8 of these occurred between 1729 and 1734. The majority of these engagements were either stalemates or Maroon victories. On all occasions, Maroon riflemen and swordsmen managed to paralyze the British forces and their armed slaves. By 1739, the colonial state struggled to recognize that they were facing much more than a ragamuffin gang of rebel Negroes. The whites of Jamaica could not help but concede to a peace with the Maroon communities. Now, one does not make treaties with slaves. Therefore, a firm and political foundation had to have upheld Maroon society through decades of warfare and through periods of relative peace. This situation greatly mirrors those between Europeans and American Indian nations, but my research advances the argument that these Maroon treaties also resemble the treaty-making processes between Europeans and Africans in the Gold Coast of Guinea and Ghana. So I'll just conclude here. In conclusion, to quote the Colonel of Charlestown, Marcia Douglas, we can discern that from this history, the Maroons, by their daily struggle for freedom, forged for themselves an identity according to which they judge themselves. If the struggle and identity are not understood, then any judgment on them is invalid. Part of this struggle entailed the efforts of the Maroons to bring about a genuine sovereign society governed according to indigenous African political philosophy. Today in Charlestown, we can see the living elements of this powerful past in the ongoing works of woman leaders like Colonel Douglas and Gamma Gloria Sims, affectionately known as Mama G. We can see it in the works of modern ASAFU chiefs like Captain Rodney Rose, Captain Padam Douglas, Captain Bala White, and the works and liberty of all the Maroon peoples of this community, the drummers, the dancers, the farmers, the elders, the people who carry their own histories. This history is continued to them. Thank you.
Yes, Lukaya, thank you very much for that. Good use of time and lots of information there. I must say that I have a copy of Lukaya's LLM, his master's thesis, still working through, but very insightful. And I think, and I said the tone, because what we want to look at in this panel, right, is just how indigenous sovereignty has been crafted and perceived and exercised then and now in the region, you know. And so looking at those roots of as you say, the Ashanti roots and the Coromantee roots, etc., I think are so important in trying to understand how today we would and should be, you know, exercising and manifesting in those aspects of sovereignty. So thanks for that, Lucayo. And we're going to have some discussion, but I want now to get into our next speaker as we move the program along. And so I'm going to introduce Dr. Maximilian Forte, who's our next speaker. So Dr. Max Forte is a professor of anthropology at Concordia University in Montreal, Canada. He teaches courses on Caribbean history, political anthropology, and cultural imperialism. His research in the Caribbean has focused on Carib communities, otherwise called Kalinago communities, in the Lesser Antilles, primarily in Trinidad and Tobago, and secondarily in Dominica. His research has focused on both present-day communities as well as on colonial history. He's the author or editor of 4 books focusing on indigenous peoples, including Indigenous Resurgence in the Contemporary Caribbean, Who is an Indian, Ruins of Absence and Presence of Caribs, and most recently, Arima Born. He's the founding editor of Cacique, the Journal of Caribbean Amerindian History and Anthropology. For more than 1 decade, he has headed a team of scholars and Caribbean indigenous writers for the website Caribbean Amerindian Link. He continues to operate the Review of the Indigenous Caribbean, which is a journal, I believe. So thanks very much, Max, for joining us. Again, pleased to have you for the first time in this our Charleston Annual Conference and Festival. So the floor is yours.
And thank you very much for having me. First of all, just a sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly,
okay.
Very clear.
Perfect. Well, thank you also to everyone in attendance. I'm sorry that you're going to have to suffer my lack of a video connection and this odd photo of me staring at you suspiciously. But in any case, I'll jump right in and just a brief overview of you know, the kind of work that I've done and where. Since 1995, when I first began my research on the history of Caribs in the Lesser Antilles and the study of present-day persons and communities who identify as Carib or Kalinago, my work has taken me from Dominica to Trinidad and Tobago and most recently Grenada. In fact, the majority of my research since 1995 has focused on Trinidad, and specifically the borough of Arima, where I lived for 4 years. For those of you who don't know, Arima is located towards the northeast side of the island of Trinidad. Arima is Trinidad's 3rd largest urban area after Port of Spain, the capital, and San Fernando. The indigenous community in Arima, which was officially called the Santa Rosa Carib Community, until it changed its name in the past decade to the Santa Rosa First Peoples Community, was until very recently the only existing indigenous community in Trinidad and the only one recognized as such by the state. And that fact is a very important one when we talk about indigenous self-determination or the lack of it. The Santa Rosa Carib community, as it used to be called, is an association of between 300 and 600 people, a number which changes with members passing on, migrating, new ones joining, and so forth. The most active core of the group consists of between 20 and 50 individuals. It is headed by a chief who for a long time carried the title of president, and I will explain why in a moment. It is also headed by what is now called an honorary or figurehead queen, known as the Queen of the Caribs. And there is no such position in any other indigenous community in the entire Caribbean, and I'll briefly discuss that too in a moment. A majority of the members are interrelated through blood or marriage, and really it is 2 family lines that form the backbone of the community. Now, the most public hallmark of this community, the primary way by which it became known to a national audience, is the Santa Rosa Festival, celebrated each year on August 23rd with the indigenous community at the center of preparations and proceedings for the festival. It is a Roman Catholic and obviously originally colonial festival in a country where now Roman Catholics constitute the single largest religious body. But it is also a Carib festival, and they claim it as such, given that the festival was rooted in the history of the Indian mission of Arima, which was established under the Catholic Church in 1786, and which came to an end by the late 1840s. So it is a Catholic festival, but because it was closely tied to the indigenous people of the Catholic mission, it is now identified with the Santa Rosa community, which obviously names itself after Saint Rose, their patron saint. In fact, Saint Rose is the patron saint of the Americas and the Philippines. The position of queen came out of this festival. For a long time, the indigenous community appointed a female leader whose main purpose was to instruct members on traditions of the festival, and she organized all preparations and then marched at the head of the annual procession for the festival. That is how Queen of the Caribs emerged. The land on which the community center currently sits was also donated by the Roman Catholic Church. We thus have already one set of clues about the problematic or ambiguous nature of self-determination issues where this community is concerned. Another clue pertains to the office of the president, an office that since its formation in the mid-1970s, lasting, for roughly 30 years, has been occupied by Ricardo Barat Hernandez, now known as the chief. What I learned is that this community, in order to receive government funding and to pursue claims for the return of lands that were collectively held during the mission, they were compelled by the government to register themselves as a limited liability company, which they did in 1976. So to be clear, we have a community made up of interrelated families that are being told by government that they need to form themselves into a limited liability company. And such a company, by necessity, must have a president, hence president of the Santa Rosa Carib community. Thus, from the very start of Trinidad's Carib resurgence in the mid-1970s, what we witnessed is an indigenous body that was not just deeply tied with the ruling People's National Movement, but also the Roman Catholic Church. The Santa Rosa Carib community was thus highly dependent, nestled as it was within the folds of the state, of party politics, and a dominant church. And these facts have been a source of both the success of the group in achieving recognition and visibility, and frustration, as it finds it difficult to function according to the community's own independent agenda. The Caribs have had some value for the People's National Movement, the party which has occupied office for most of Trinidad's history since independence. Under the leadership of Dr. Eric Williams, who led the country to independence under the PNM, Amerindians were hailed as the bedrock of the nation, the first citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. For the Roman Catholic Church, the Caribs were held up as a symbol of pious devotion, of faithful followers who reconcile themselves to life as Catholics. That's a bit of wishful thinking, but in any case. In terms of the Caribs' own agenda, they have precisely outlined several key concepts and objectives over the years, and I won't have time to do much more than just name a few. These include achieving heightened national visibility and then official recognition, cultural revival, that is retrieving traditions, cultural reclamation, cultural interchange, and the maintenance of traditions. Their two main goals overall were primarily the maintenance of the Santa Rosa Festival, because as they argued, this is what helps to keep the community together. And the second goal was obtaining a land grant. And they have, in fact, been very successful on almost all fronts. Their main problem today is the inability to attract or retain a significant number of youths, a fact which may threaten the organization as such with decline, or in the extreme case, possible disappearance within the next 20 to 30 years. Now, on the issue of dependency, dependency has, as I noted, been the most significant feature of the growth and organization of this community, which perhaps explains why it has been extremely rare for me to even hear self-determination coming from the lips of the leading members. In 1990, the state officially recognized the Santa Rosa Carib community as the nation's only existing Amerindian community and as the sole representatives of Trinidad's indigenous peoples. It was a double-edged act of recognition because it also implied there could be no other indigenous people outside of ARIMA and outside of this organization. The UN's Committee for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, which repeatedly sent delegations to Trinidad, in fact had a serious problem with this assertion that indigenous people were extinct everywhere in the country except for ARIMA. But leaving that aside, recognition by the state was accompanied by an annual subvention, which was paid for by the state, designed to maintain the Santa Rosa Festival, the work that the Caribs did for the festival, and their other traditional activities. It was relatively small for many years, roughly 30,000 TT, which is about 664,000 Jamaican dollars. In recent years, that number has climbed to 1.5 million TT every year, which is roughly 33 million Jamaican dollars. And receiving this money from the state requires the preparation of budgets, the hiring of staff, detailed accounting, and all sorts of other bureaucratic obligations. Now, while the community has received roughly 35 acres as a land grant in the hills just north of ARIMA, it has taken Ricardo Barrett 40 years of dedicated and intense personal lobbying to achieve this. And it is nowhere near a form of reparation, nor does the parcel come close to the 3,000 acres of collectively held lands that belong to Amerindians under the mission and which were alienated by the British colonial government. The community has also been successful in first obtaining a once only National Day of Recognition and then a public holiday in honor of Trinidad's Amerindian heritage. But this too comes with a price. The price is that the state, the private sector, and the media come to perceive and treat this community as festival Indians, as, mascots of national history, to be rented and then showcased on the national stage for any minor or major national events, opening ceremonies, or formal state greetings to visiting dignitaries. Members of the community gladly comply because they remember the long years of being entirely ignored. Until the last 20 years, few Trinidadians even imagined that a Carib community existed in the country. Even UWI academics looked completely bewildered when I told them I was researching a community a mere 6 kilometers up the road from their campus. Having been ignored or scorned, the subsequent deluge of media attention, the parade of visiting government officials, and the invitations to appear at conferences and in documentaries must obviously seem like a welcome change. Yet, leaders and members of the Santa Rosa community have long been painfully aware of the fact that they lacked an independent revenue base, a means of sustaining themselves, a way of employing community members full-time, and building viable futures thanks to their own efforts. In other words, they lacked the economic basis for exercising self-determination. And this recognition of the limits and constraints under which they work is what partly explains the drive to gain land. And I'll be ending on this. They've now gained a modest amount of land. I visited, it's very beautiful. The air is fresh and clean, unlike ARIMA. And what they're in the process of doing is of building, with the aid of government always, what they call an Amerindian model village. And it's inspired by a similar idea that was realized in Dominica's Carib territory much earlier. The model village is being developed with a number of activities in mind: tourism and recreation, agriculture, and education for visiting groups of students. Agricultural work has already started. The village will house a limited number of community members on a permanent basis, and it will employ an equally limited number of members. It is not a panacea, but it is already a good step in the right direction. Yet again, however, the biggest source of support is the biggest source of constraints: the state. I have been told of visits by past prime ministers and party leaders who mocked and even scoffed at the community's original request for 400 acres. "Why don't you just ask for the whole North Coast then?" is what one said, while another complained that the community wanted more land when it still had not started using what they obtained. Now, this tells you clearly the land grant is, from the state's perspective, simply an investment in tourism. It is not restitution or reparation for the thousands of acres they lost when the mission was disbanded, and the entire country which they lost when it was invaded and colonized by Europeans. In any case, in the interest of brevity, let me stop there and thank you again for your very kind attention, and I look forward to the discussion. I hope I didn't go on too long.
No, not at all, Max. Very, very interesting, very, very interesting perspectives. Ones that we can, I think, appreciate here in the Caribbean, in Jamaica and in the other islands too, because of similar issues, I mean, of course, I have your book. I've read your books, certainly The Resurgence in the Caribbean. And I think it's very critical because, of course, as we know, we've been told about this myth of extinction for centuries, and that has caused all of us, practically, to look at indigenous issues through a particular, European perspective, right? That, of course, does not easily understand or comprehend the survival of indigenousness and indigenous peoples in the region, So it's an ongoing, continuous, I think, struggle, and I like the way you put the double-edged sword of it, that oftentimes it does benefit from governmental assistance, but of course that can also sometimes be a limiting factor too, right? So thanks for that. And we're going to go on to our next speaker and save some time for some discussion after. So I am now going to introduce the Vice President for International and Women's Affairs of the Garifuna Nation, who is Mrs. Cynthia Ellis, who's going to share with us her perspectives on indigenous sovereignty in the region. So a bit about Mrs. Ellis Topsy. She's a community advocate who works to promote sustainable development by building on the achievements of previous generations. Much of her work has centered around placing women and families at the center of sustainable development. She began her working career in Kingston, Jamaica, where she trained in project management and development with the USAID, and served in the office of the Prime Minister as an advisor on women's issues and women in development. She went on to join the United Nations as a representative of Belize, where she worked to develop the first 5-year national development plan for Belize. In 1990s, she was serving as a deputy program manager for women, youth, and community development with the Caribbean community in Guyana. And in 2005, she continued to work with CARICOM as a consultant at the Regional Forum on Youth, Crime, and Violence. She continues to be involved in the UN as a facilitator at the Annual Commission on the Status of Women in New York. She's also done extensive work, of course, on behalf of the women, on behalf of the Garifuna indigenous community in Belize. She continues to serve her nation as the Vice President for International and Women's Affairs and is a strong advocate for the retention of indigenous cultural practices and rights in the region. So please help me to welcome VP of the Garifuna Nation, Mrs. Cynthia Ellis Topsy. Mrs. Ellis?
Yes, sisters and brothers and relatives and friends, it's an honor and a privilege to be here with you in this sacred space. I have long dreamt to connect with brothers and sisters around the world, and this is certainly a powerful opportunity as we move forward in this time where there's obviously a major shift. All those things that you said about me, I don't usually reintroduce like that. I introduce myself with the greatest humility as a mother of 5 children, biological children, and 17 grandchildren and counting. And I say biological because I have many children. I'm right now here in the United States of America because of the calling. I spent the last year, 9 months, in what is called the sacred space of the Garifuna, the Dabuyeba. The Dabuyeba is a place where we as Garifuna people experience what we call Garifuna Duo, and that is the state of being Garifuna. Just a little bit about the Garifuna nation, and I hope the president is around. If not, well, I will just continue and send his greetings. The president of the Garifuna nation. The Garifuna nation, we have 2 tracks. The first track is that we acclaim ourselves as a nation state within nations, because we were here before the Europeans came. So the past few years have been a deeper articulation of that fact, that through our veins run blood, which is the indigenous or the first peoples who were here before the Europeans, here meaning the Americans, and also African. So it is an honor to be able to embrace those 2 flows. It's an overflow. And I am here in the United States as a result of the calling. I've been on a pilgrimage where through God's grace and through the spirit of my ancestors, I was told to come here to the United States. I didn't plan it out of my mind. And since I came here in obedience, before I came in obedience, I experienced the transition of one of my best friends, Dr. Billie Jean Young, an African-American woman who is a civil rights activist who presents the life of Fannie Lou Hamer. And so before I even arrived here, I knew that I had something, a gift to receive in Alabama, the deep, deep south of the United States. So my sharing with you this afternoon is about the building of bridges and the making of connections and the affirmation and the celebration of ourselves, of myself, of yourself, that we are the ones that we're waiting for. So I speak to you from my heart, my sister in Pennington, Alabama. I speak to you from a place where, when I went to visited the Museum of the Enslaved in Montgomery, Alabama, there is an alignment between the Garifuna people. We have experienced genocide as a people. When we were left to die in Urume, St. Vincent, those of us who refused to succumb to the suppression
of the Europeans, those of us who made the choice that we would rather jump over a cliff and die than to live enslaved. Those of us who agreed to be put on the boat where there was the usual treachery of the Europeans, the dishonest because St. Vincent Urume, this state of being Garifuna is not just a physical one, it's a sense of awareness. The state of territory, the state of land is not just a physical conversation. It's about the sacred relationship of us as indigenous people to our land. By the time we arrived in Central America, we are on the coastline of Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, Belize. We are all over the world, and we aligned with the indigenous way of being. We were called by the Europeans Carib, Black Caribs. We call ourselves Garifuna. We are the Garinago people. And we are here to give the testimony. The United Nations declared us in 2003 a people, a masterpiece culture for humanity. Well, we declare ourselves long before the United Nations did as a nation within nation states. So I come to you giving these revelations of this pilgrimage, which gives a call, like the Maroons, my relatives from the South America, Surinam, the Maroons in Guyana, the Maroons in Jamaica, the Maroons in Canada, who had the same experience as the Garifuna people, where when we could not be suppressed or oppressed, we were taken or tricked into going to places where it was assumed that we would die. But the indigenous people who were in these lands embraced us and took us in. And therefore, in my songs, in our stories, we speak of the both worlds, in our foods, in our customs, in our cultures. Yesterday in the greeting, I shared with you the song to the Orinoco River. Tuna Orinoco, Remule Agu, Arube Orinoco. We sing the song to the Orinoco River. Yesterday, in my sharing with you, the word marks us to Africa late. We are going to heal by connecting with a
The Wi-Fi freezing. Look like we lost you there, Zillis.
Because technology or the internet break. I want to present for you, why am I in the United States? I asked the Ahari. The Ahari are the spirit of the ancestors. Why? I just completed, with the help of a student from Ohio State University, Rachel, my memoirs. And in these memoirs, I look at decades of learning. And in the decades of learning, because our focus, or my focus in terms of this movement, has to be a succession strategy, the celebration of the rites of passage of our people, which is very important for the Garifuna people. I want to present and celebrate the African American people, the African Americans who I experienced at the Museum of the Enslaved, where millions of them were tortured and genocide. And I said to my brothers and sisters, let us shift the language, let us change the language from a place of being a victim to a place of being triumphant, because we are still here. You are still here to tell the story differently. I want to present the African American women from New Orleans who, with the Sisters of the Holy Family, these were enslaved women in New Orleans who were sent to Belize in the 1800s. They were enslaved in the United States, but when they arrived in Belize as missionaries to the Garifuna people, they are the women who mentored our people and they became a free people. So as we are looking at building bridges and making connections intentionally, this is the call that I am bringing out, that moving forward, we are developing through the Garifuna Nation, University Without Walls, Garifuna Nation, University Without Walls. So we all have doctorates. I just recently went to the University of Santa Barbara, California, and there declared that all the people of the Maya, we have different people in Belize, the indigenous Maya and the Garifuna. The Maya are the Yucatec, the Mopan, and the Quechua. And we hold our custodians of 5,000 acres of pristine rainforest, which is being researched by universities in the United States and other parts of the world. So when I visited Santa Barbara, my conversation with the chancellor of the Santa Barbara University was that honor is due to the indigenous people from whom you receive this information. And I'm here to tell you that the chancellor of Santa Barbara will give our Maya healer the highest award and medal that the university can give. So my brothers and sisters, I will just go through very quickly my memoirs, which will be published shortly. In the first decade of learning, I give honor to my grandmother, my elders. My grandmother transitioned when I was 4 years young, and she told me who I was, who I am, and who I was supposed to be. And therefore, in this different way of knowing and being, the indigenous way of being, we affirm, I affirm and acclaim my grandmother who spoke into my life in that first decade. I affirm, I acclaim my grandfather who spoke into my life and took me to the south of the country on the Sarstoon River and taught me how to harpoon fish. I affirm my mother, my father, Godman Ellis and Ethel Ellis, who is still alive. She's 91 years young. So the Garifuna people, the Garifuna nation, is acclaiming the importance of our elders. And as a nation, we circle the world, not just Belize. For us, it is not just a physical place. It is a state of being. It is a place where we call St. Vincent Urume. Even if we never go visit Urume, we are always in Urume because Urume is that state of consciousness, that state of being, just like how Africa and Mali are a state of being and a state of consciousness. And therefore, we have no fear for COVID because we were able to transfer and communicate virtually long before COVID, long before internet. We had the coconut wireless. We have the capacity as a people to move beyond. In my second decade of learning, my life, I had to leave Belize to go to Jamaica. I went to Jamaica and studied nursing. And then I went to the university and met historian Professor Brathwaite. Professor Brathwaite affirmed for me the significance of the Garifuna people in Jamaica and in the Caribbean. And thank you, my brothers and sisters, to manifest it in this way, because we are the ones we have been waiting for such a time as this, to shift the energy in the global world today, to create sacred spaces in Jamaica, in South America, in Central America, in the United States, in North America, in Europe. Sacred spaces where we can dialogue, where we can transform, where we can overcome the trauma that we have experienced. Mental health is not just about these terms and terminologies that are being given to us. Mental health is a celebration of our way of being as a people, where we believe as the Garifuna people that there's no such thing as death. Death is one state of being where many of us or many of our young people are walking dead. It's not the separation of the physical body, it's a state of being. The Garifuna people, we believe that people never die. We believe that the ancestors guide us. That is why I am here today. Moving forward to the third decade of learning, which I got my foundation in Jamaica as an activist. If you recall, we had people like Walter Rodney. We had people from Grenada. We had people from the University of the West Indies, where we realized that education, this formal education, is a privilege. It is not a right. And therefore, as we're moving forward and declaring the university without walls from the Garifuna Nation, we are called to affirm all our elders. We are called to give doctorates to all our people who have that indigenous knowledge. We are called to affirm the intellectual property rights of our people. We are called to affirm, like the Maroon people, that the value of our land, our conversation with the World Trade Organization is a place from which we can leverage and give value to ourselves about the wealth that has been untold. We are called to affirm, like the Maroons in Surinam and the indigenous people in Surinam. In my decades of learning, I was called, whilst I was a diplomat for 16 countries in the Caribbean, I was called to the rainforest of Surinam. I looked in the mirror and I didn't see myself. I saw that indigenous woman who I encountered in Surinam, in the rainforest of Surinam, who told me what my grandmother had told me. She told me who I am. So in this state of knowingness and beingness, we are called to speak our truth in all parts of the globe. In my fourth decade of learning, you tell about my being with the United Nations and so on. My fourth and my fifth, I have no shame for my age. My grandchildren say age is just a number. So I am declaring my age as being ageless. And so we are called, as I want to summarize, my brothers and sisters, that in the decades of learning, as we are moving forward, we are relatives. Brother Kasik Collins likes to say it like that. We are relatives. You are my relative. I am your relative. And the last celebration that we had, it was awesome to find out that there is a Department of Archaeology in Kingston, Jamaica at the University of the West Indies. So we invite you, brothers and sisters, to come to Belize and engage with us. We have over 800 Maya temples in Belize where you can learn about the mathematical concept of zero. You can learn about the uses of the plants. You can learn about food sovereignty. You can learn about climate change, because these are civilizations existing, still here. We are still here. We are still embracing the wisdom of our cultures of over 2,000 years. In conclusion, I would like to give a call in terms of the affirmation, as I have been on this pilgrimage. We are the ones who we have been waiting for. We are the ones to engage with these entities, these universities, these research places, not as ends in themselves, but engage with them from a place of eminence of who we are and who we were, because we were here before them. We are called to teach that land, all of this land and all of this terrain is ours. We are not coming here to buy nor to beg for what we already own. So as we move on our succession strategy, what was not mentioned is that I'm the champion of the Duke of Edinburgh Award for Belize. Why? There's no contradiction in that, because I am royalty, you are royalty, we are royalty. And so we are called to speak from that space and that place and that command of the world. I mentioned yesterday in the greeting that the sleeping giant has awoken. We are the sleeping giant. And so strategically, we are called to change our language from young people on drugs, young people in gangs, young people in crime, young people who are confused. We are called to change the language to young people who are our warriors, young people who are our soldiers, young people who are not our future, but young people who are our present. We are the ones who are called to map out a strategy. In Belize, I cannot speak about you all, but in Belize, we are always pulled out as people for dancing and for drumming and so on. But when it comes to essential decision making, we are not around that table. We are not around that table when it comes to the marine policy development, even though we are a coastal people. Garifuna people, we settle on the coastline of Central America. We are the ones who need to speak out that hundreds of our people are being murdered in Honduras because they dare to stand in position for the ancient and sacred lands of the Garifuna people. So we invite you as our brothers and sisters and our relatives to join us boldly with faith, with confidence, to present ourselves to these other nations, because we are nations. Even if we say we have an observer status at CARICOM, as the CARICOM states, we need to have a space at CARICOM as Maroon, Garifuna, and indigenous people. We are the ones that we are waiting for. We are the ones at the United Nations. We are the ones at the Organization of American States, not as beggars, but as people who have reclaimed our space and our sacred. My colleague is here, Brother Eugenio. If he's not on behalf of the Garifuna Nation, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I want to encourage us to move forward in embracing, thank you, our call. Recently, the government of Belize declared a Maya woman as the Governor General for the country. I personally consider that an oxymoron, but that is not the position of the Garifuna Nation. I cannot be representing an entity that was part of oppressing, plundering, murdering, and raping my people. I am not saying that we should not reconcile. I am willing for us to have a Nelson Mandela style of leadership where we go forth and have spaces of deep, authentic listening, peace, and reconciliation. I'd like to conclude that we are the ones that we are waiting for. Let us connect with each other to strategize as one. Sereme Niebo, thank you. Shuluada, the time has come.
Shuluhale Wadani, our time has come. Shuluhale Wadani, our time has come.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ellis. This is the first time we're having you this year on our conference and the Garifuna presence. So we really appreciate it, and of course we look forward to more collaboration, within the region, as we have similar issues and struggles and challenges ahead, All right, so thanks for that. We are going to go into our final panel for the day, but before we do that, are there any questions from our panelists? We have heard from just now Lucayo, right, who spoke about the roots of African ancestry and sovereignty coming from the Asante, Asantewa, and the tradition of the Coromantee. We heard from, of course, Dr. Maximilian Forte on his work in Trinidad and Tobago, particularly and in the Kalinago territory in the Caribbean territories, right? Looking at, of course, the resurgence, right? And what that means in the 21st century. And we just heard, of course, from Mrs. Cynthia Ellis from the Garifuna Nation. So before we conclude this panel, looking at the regional perspectives, challenges, and opportunities for indigenous sovereignty, are there any questions or comments for our panelists? I say we were to have had Mr. Fergus McKay, Senior Counsel of the Forest Peoples Program. Mr. McKay has worked quite a bit with the Saramacca Maroons in the Inter-American Commission for Human Rights, and their successes there, but he was unable to join us due to, as I said, a personal challenge earlier. So he sent his apologies. Dr. Fuller, Brother Harcourt, yes, sir, please go ahead.
Yeah, man, great panel, everyone. Mrs. Ellis, moving, very, very, very moving presentation speech. I used to be in college
Recording
modern
in
academia
progress.
is you go to a community, you study it, you get knowledge from people, you go, you do your master's, PhD, you write your book, and then you become the expert. I really like what you said about basically letting academic institutions know that you need to acknowledge where you got that knowledge from, because that knowledge is valuable, and it's also valuable in monetary terms. I would encourage industrial complex to recognize that and to make sure that in all of you point that's one of the key things I got from your talk, Mrs. Ellis. Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Yes, very key, right? I mean, it's all about benefit sharing and ensuring that the benefits flow down. And certainly we talk about traditional knowledge and access, to traditional knowledge and such. It has to be based on mutually agreed terms and that the communities benefit, and oftentimes there is this discord, right, between extraction of knowledge and publication and maybe accreditation and maybe qualification, and then the community doesn't feel that they have benefited. So very key point there, Prof. Thanks.
I just wanted to say that one of the things that touched me by being here in the United States and going to the Museum of the Enslaved, it is when I say we are the ones we've been waiting for, these were business people, attorneys, community people who decided that they would create a space for speaking the truth, telling the truth about what the journey has been for the African American people. And I was able to align with that. And I said to my African American sisters and brothers that we are waiting for them. We are waiting for them because they are part of the richest country in the world. And therefore, their voice matters for what happens in our countries. And they can speak from a place of triumph, triumphant tears and victory. Harriet Tubman, the people from the Gola, Surgeon of Truth, all of these people, Latasha Brown, all of these people, past and present, are our future. Latasha came to Belize. She loves Belize and she wishes, she has a sacred space in Belize. So all our places are sacred spaces. That's the point. I'm complete.
Thanks. Yes, give thanks for that. I think the connection across the region are significant. I'm going to ask Lucayo and Dr. Forte if you have any final comments that you can or would like to make, probably in a minute each. Please feel free. We'll be glad to have you do that now.
Thank you for having me. That's all I have to say.
Cool, Lucayo. We know we'll have you again in the future, and there's a lot of learning that you've also contributed to. So thanks. Max, anything from you before we sign out on this panel?
No, I'm okay. I just want to state my gratitude again for being here and hearing such wonderful presentations and catching a brief glimpse of a part of Jamaica at the beginning. That's the most exposure I've ever personally had. So I'd like to change that in the future.
Right. Well, you have a invitation, sir, to come to Charleston and visit the Maroon community here and across Jamaica, so please, anytime that you're ready,
I would love that. Yeah. Thank you very much again.
Okay, thank you too. And thanks to all our panelists, to Lucayo Casillas, right, from University of California, Berkeley, and to Dr. Forte from Concordia, and of course, Mrs. Ellis Topsy. And thanks again for the questions, and for staying with us for this. I think there's so much more that we can discuss, but we will have the recordings to share, and we will have, of course, follow-up conversations that can evolve from this, that hopefully can empower the communities that we're working with within the region.
So, with due respect, I just wanted to make one clarification that my name is Lubafo Isiene.
Yes.
Other name is the European one, so I just needed to clarify.
Yes, I did see that. Ma'am. And so we will have put whichever one you said to put on the program, we'll put it on the program. But
all right, awesome. Thank you. That is powerful spirit of love.
That is right.
Okay, thank you. Sareme.
Thank you. Okay, so we're supposed to have a short musical interlude, and then we're going to go into a final panel, which is looking at the indigenous sovereignty in the Jamaican context, right? Then I know, primarily looking at the contemporary issues. And so we have our panelists ready, and we're going to go for that final panel. But we're going to have a slight interlude of music if it's not ready. I see Charlestown may not be quite ready for that. What we can do, since we are a little behind time, is we could go into the second and final panel for the afternoon. And then we can perhaps just conclude with the musical interlude right after, I think. Although I see Captain Padam there. So I don't know if Captain Padam want to give us a short.
Yes, we're ready.
Ready. All right, so Captain Padam, you can give us a one tune now, and then we can save the grand finale for after the final panel. All right? So,
all right.
Thanks.
Just a one to know. Which one I want? Everything we have. Which one? Oi.
Only a white. Fast thing. After. Yes. Yeah. Give thanks and praises, you know, to the Most High Emperor Haile Selassie. Jah Rastafari. And the man we have Master Ghana, Salam, the king of the seven mighty and thunder before the iron states of fire. Burn up in a yard! Rasta thing turn up in a yard. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, keep Congress off, I'm going to shock from the come shit in the rock. You know? Yeah. Sing again, but I'm represented. Just call me up and run. Now it is the key word. Only a white man is learning. But all the things in life will Babylon come around in a camouflage. And then to get this time, Rasta is only a white man is learning. But all the things in life will Babylon come around in a camouflage. They never know about granting nothing. Not for them, not for wood. And them man they are heroes. Back in the days of slavery. They never know about Colonel Johnson. Not about Manton. And them man they fight the war. In the Haitian revolution, I think again. Only a white man is learning. But now the people Babylon come around in a camouflage. Let's go get this guy, Rastafari. Only a white man is learning. But now the people Babylon come around in a camouflage. And I will learn, I got them a secret. Let me sit on the seat and be free. Black people full time and all your hate free. No man must be a deal, the man because you're black and digit. Martin Luther King so strong and touching. No man the people trust me everything you're bleaching. Hey man, black people be strong. Only a white man repeated learning. But now they pretend to lie. Babylon come around in a camouflage. And let's look at this guy, got that day. Only a white man defeated learning. But now they pretend to lie. Babylon come around in a camouflage. They never know who's grinding and things. Not Ojo, not Waro. And them man they are heroes. Back in the days of slavery. They never know who's turning on. Now man don't see. And them man they fight the war. It's the Haitian revolution, I think again. Yeah. Yeah, give thanks. Let's go big for one. Yeah, we sing out to all the ones that we know that we love the music, you know. And music was just from the creation, from foundation, I wish. If the rhythm is the beat of my heart, if the rhythm is dedicate my thoughts, all about some kind of love, music I love. Oh, na na, if the rhythm is the beat of my heart, if the rhythm is dedicate my thoughts, some kind of love, some kind of love. It's a music in the white and the inspiration. It's a music give me knowledge and the dedication. It's a music give me deep and satisfaction. It's a music unite unification. It's a music keep me firm and make it like lion. It's a music make me on the fire and take and burn down and power the youth and the Babylon. So it's a music it was. Hey, if the rhythm is the beat of my heart, if the rhythm is the dedicate my thoughts, from all of my Sometime along, music I love. Oh, Nana, if the rhythm is the beat of my heart, if the rhythm is the dedicate my thoughts, oh, I love my sometime along. That this music was there from long before us. The earth, the hill, and children. Music is alive. Get up in the morning, music on my mind. It's here to within you. Now we not go kill you. We say we not translate you. Spiritually heal you. Music is life. And I eat me all it wants to. It make me a feel brand new. Hey, it's the rhythm, it's the beat of my heart. It's the rhythm of the meditate my thoughts. No one love on. Sometime along. Music I love. Oh, Nana, it's the rhythm, it's the beat of my heart. It's the rhythm, and the take my thoughts. So when the voice comes down the Lord. Yeah, give them the praise, you know. Rastafari. Yeah, Kwaba. Bless it. Last line first.
Blessings. Yes, Captain Padam, Captain Delano Douglas there, straight from ASAFU Yard in Charlestown. Yes, a little taste of what's to come. But we're going to have a final panel now. So give thanks, Captain Douglas, give thanks. And we're going to go into a final panel now. Let's say, looking, just following up from what we discussed a while ago, looking now at the indigenous sovereignty issues and challenges and opportunities in the Jamaican or local context, right? But of course, in the context or against the backdrop of the regional and international environment. And so we want to, again, thank our previous speakers. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the next panel and the final panel for this afternoon, right? So for this panel, as I said, we will be looking at indigenous and tribal sovereignty in Jamaica, local perspectives. And we will be hearing in this segment from Colonel Wallace Sterling, Colonel of the Mortal Maroons, who is the most senior and longest serving sitting colonel of the Maroons in Jamaica. We will also be hearing from our own acting Colonel Marcia Douglas of Charlestown Maroons. We'll be hearing from Kasike Kalan Kaiman from UK.
I'm not hearing you, Marcus. Marcus, I'm not hearing you. I don't know, is anyone else hearing Marcus?
No, not hearing Marcus.
Hearing, and he doesn't seem to be muted, so I didn't see a muted sign on by his name, but we're not hearing.
No, we're not hearing Marcus either.
We should put it in the chat so that he can see. Can't hear you. Can't hear. Can't hear.
Hi, Marcus. Can you hear?
Yes.
Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. I don't know what happened a while ago, but you know, that's how it goes. Sorry about that. I was there talking. But yes, I'm pleased to have all of our panelists here. You know, Colonel
Right.
Sterling,
Let's
Colonel
start over,
Douglas,
yeah.
Kasike, Kaiman, and Professor Shepard. So thanks for joining us for this our final panel for the afternoon. So I see that Prof. Shepard is ready and Kasike Kalan is ready. I know Colonel Douglas is there. Is Colonel Sterling there and with us? Colonel Sterling? Yes, I see you know Colonel Sterling. All right, Colonel.
All right, I am pretty much here, my brother.
All right, so Colonel, we're gonna ask you just to say a few words then. We want to keep this segment tight and you know, but we'd love to hear as the senior Colonel, you know, just how you view indigenous sovereignty in Jamaica in this you know, current contemporary context, right? What are the challenges and some of the opportunities, right? We've heard in this recent times in Jamaica in discussions of things concerning, you know, the use of identification cards and such, right? And the issuing of currencies and, you know, other kinds of expressions of sovereignty. And, you know, some of these things oftentimes can be unclear, or at least the perceived, you know, context is not always clear. So what do you perceive, sir, as some of the challenges and the opportunities of indigenous sovereignty in Jamaica today?
All right, let me first say good afternoon to everyone and the panel. Also to those who are listening to us because we are streaming live. And when you want to speak of sovereignty, one first get the idea of independence. Let me say that we use the word Maroon commonly to describe ourselves and to describe the people who have gone through Maroonage and who have been there in this part of the world. But in Jamaica, first and foremost, our foreparents refer to themselves as Yenkunkunu. So we today, we still refer to ourselves as Yenkunkunu people. Okay, so Yenkunkunu, or Yenkunkunu, as some persons might have pronounced it, is an Akan word. It's a word taken from the Akan speaking people, the people who speak Twi. What does it mean to them to say that, you know, we are Yenkunkunu? It means that we are free, we are independent, we rely on ourselves for whatsoever we want. I watch your back and you watch my back. We hold things in common and we share whatever we have. You know, there's a leadership structure that everybody respect, and you work in that fashion and in that way, and things becomes okay. When our foreparents were fighting against the colonial masters, as it were, it is not that all of them had agreed on every points that were taken, but things were done democratically and what was right for them. And some of them still had their own personal differences and grievances and scores to settle, but they had one common enemy, and the common enemy was the colonial masters, the slave masters, the owners of slaves, and so forth. So they unite around that common goal, and they fought hard to liberate themselves from all of that level of oppression. They got a certain level of autonomy in terms of what was signed on paper, because it is obvious to anyone looking on now that the agreement that was written on the paper could not have been the agreement that was negotiated in when they were in the bush. But nonetheless, it gave them a certain amount of freedom to act how they see best in their own space that they were on. The first thing to begin with, though the communities were divided commonly in Jamaica from the east to the west, the Windward Maroons and the Leeward Maroons. In the Windward side, which was much more numerous than on the other side, when the settlement was made, persons reside in New Nanny Town, which is today known as Moortown. And then persons settled into, well, Charlestown or Crawford Town as it was back then. Part of the reasons for doing so from the perspective of the colonialists was to keep us apart, or to keep our foreparents apart, so that they would no longer unite to put themselves in a more dominant position in this country, Jamaica. And also, what they did as a part of the treaty was to say to them, look, you need to sign here to say that you will help to put down any further rebellion or uprising that would take place in this country. So when you look at our foreparents, indigenous as they were, because a lot of them don't make any mistake, and everybody must remember that the original inhabitants of Jamaica, our African foreparents and them were living together, those that remain here, and they have children, they have offspring. So they each learn from each other. So what the government of the day wanted was, okay, fine, you have a certain amount of autonomy, but I am not giving you everything, because if you have everything, you're gonna pose a problem to us. So if you notice what happened thereafter, like for example in Crawford Town, from there you get Ascatsal. Trelawney Town, you get an Akompong and other such things. So to be sovereign is something that the people of the community have to try their endeavor best and work diligently to achieve that. I know we use the word sovereignty in a loose way, because most people think that, okay, fine, so we are Maroon communities, we are indigenous community, therefore we are sovereign. I don't know that in the wider perspective, right, how we see things in Jamaica, or the government of Jamaica respond to us. Because even though the United Nations would have declared us as being indigenous, and so the Jamaican government don't sign on to these things, because if they sign on to it, then they pretty much know of the repercussion that will come with it, and they're not prepared for that. So for us as a people, if we want to make that final step and that final push to say we're gonna be independent of the Jamaican situation, I can say from now, noble as it might sound, it's not going to be the easiest of things. It was easier during the time of our foreparents, but now what we need is greater autonomy, greater economic independence. And if we can get that, and it is up to us, it is in our hand, then we can do all the other things that we want to do. The matter of identity, in terms of identification card, let me use this situation because we have been there before. As in Konkono Pikibo, from the New Nanny Town, we have not asked anybody to create any identification card for us. We have not asked anybody to print any passport for us. We do not ask that, because if and when the time comes for us so to do, we have more than enough capable and competent persons amongst ourselves to do. So therefore, we are not going down that road. And I say that for now, the first thing that has to happen is you need to do a census. You need to check on the amount of Maroons that you have that will qualify. Our neck of the woods, how do we consider a person a Maroon? A Maroon is a person who both parents are descendant of the Maroon, are one of them. If your mother is a Maroon, then your offspring is a Maroon. If the father is a Maroon, then the offspring is a Maroon. It doesn't matter seriously for us, right? Even though in time gone by, you hear the word white amigo pronounced, but mean if somebody referred to you as white amigo, mean that either one of your parents would have been Maroon and the other one was not. But for now, we don't do that. The other person who has resided in the community for many years, obey the rules and the laws of the community, and if at some point in time we decide, so we're gonna incorporate those persons, we're gonna initiate them into the community, we're gonna bushu brand them, then that person will become a Maroon. What is the point of us printing an ID now to say that that person is a Maroon and that person is a Maroon, when some of the persons who will end up with IDs cannot trace their ancestry back to any Maroon community? So before we even start those things, we must, as I stated before, get a clear census. No, go through an enumeration process. Get the persons who are Maroon, because there are more Maroons living outside of Jamaica than there are those living inside of Jamaica. There is no one Maroon community in Jamaica now that you can go to and you find, say, 1,000 or 2,000. If you go to the nearest town to any of these community, you can find 3,000 or 4,000 Maroon descendants living in those towns, right? So this is something that you have to do purposely before. Okay, fine. So having the idea again now, to what end, what purpose is gonna serve? It's gonna give us more right? Is it gonna assist us in transiting to Jamaica? When the Jamaican government is doing a population census, and I can speak for sure because I've worked on population census several times, there's nothing in it that says whether you are indigenous or you are not indigenous. There's nothing that says whether you are Maroon or something like that. It might refer to whether you're of Indian descent or something like that, but it doesn't, it refers to your color, right? You know, the black or soy, but it doesn't refer to, you know, your indigenous, whether you're indigenous Maroons or not, right? It doesn't say that. So we have to first lay the groundwork, do all the things that is required before you can say, I have this identity card and this is what makes a person a Maroon, because you have satisfied all the criteria that were laid down. But for somebody to be going around in a willy-nilly way, and I was told recently that somebody was charging like say £100 to get a Maroon ID card in the United Kingdom. That is coming of the highest order. And that is why at the level secretariat, we have taken a decision to denounce these action of these persons and we have decided to disassociate ourselves from, because we are not a part of it. The Maroon community of Jamaica is not a part of it. And let me hasten to say, let me correct myself. The genuine, the legal Maroon leaderships of Jamaica, as far as I know, is not a part of such a venture. And any lunatic at large that is involved, and that lunatic at large had come to my place and I told him to go away, don't come back, never ever, because we do not invite him. The other thing that we need to talk about is, you know, Norman Manley, in one of his last speech to the Parliament of Jamaica, he had said that his generation was to bring political independence to Jamaica. And the generation after, it is their task now to bring on the economic independence. So Nani, Kwau, Kojo, Akompong, Ladonanang, and all of those, Tambo and all of them, their generation was to give us a certain level of political independence, which they managed to achieve. This generation is to take on the task of creating an economic independence for ourselves. The idea of the Lumi came about. Some prototypes were printed and said, this is what it would look like. I have been to the Bank of Jamaica. The governor, the deputy governor of the Bank of Jamaica said, you know, to me and the others that were there, you can't talk about printing money and you can't talk about money in Jamaica because only the government can. Okay, fine. We do not push them on that. There's no point in hitting your head against a rock. You're going to hurt yourself. But the Lumi which was created here is now gonna be used in many African countries, throughout African. So I always say to people, you know, this little thing, it started here, but it has grown past us. Because what the people in Africa are saying, all of the central banks, most of the central banks in Africa is controlled by the Rutherford family. And if they have to be economic independence, then it means that they have to have their own currency. If anybody knows anything about Africa, the Francophone countries in Africa, that is the French-speaking countries, all of those countries, Cameroon, the Ivory Coast, their money has to go to the Central Bank of France. They can do what they feel like doing with it. And if we have to gain that economic independence, we have to have some common currency amongst ourselves that we can trade with. I am not trying to say to anybody that you must have to agree with the Lumi or you don't have to agree. I am only making these points because the Gambia, the Cameroon is getting onto it, Malawi is getting onto it, the other persons they are getting onto it, the African kingdoms, they are endorsing it. So at the end of the day, if all of them endorses and all of these countries endorses and they are going to say you're trading with us, then you have to trade in this thing. That is something else down the road. And I don't want to prejudge anything, but all I am saying is it is a good idea to talk about economic independence because that is what will make us a sovereign state. And if we have to be depending on people, in as much of these African countries think that they are independent, especially the Francophone ones, the Central Bank of France dictate about their economy. They are not independent as much as they think they are. We also in Jamaica have a problem because any which way the US dollar goes, we go with it. If it devalue, okay. When the Jamaican dollar devalue against it, prices go up. You have to think about ways and means of stabilizing your economy. Maybe the loom is not a good idea. Maybe this is a good idea. But time will be the judge of all of these things. And I know that if we as a people, our foreparents have left to us a legacy, and we should work hard to maintain that legacy. Because if we don't, then their work would have been in vain. They would have given us something that we did not deserve. So let us not, fool ourselves. Let us work hard. Let us try to liberate ourselves as much as we possibly can, given the prevailing world economic condition and the prevailing political orders of this world. And to see, never mind that we're a small people, we're a small group. But trust me, we can get to somewhere if we want. So for now, let me say, Medasi, thank you for listening to me. I hope I would have made some sense.
Very much so, Colonel, man. No words of wisdom. Great to hear you talking just freely and from the heart and from your ears in the trenches, So thank you for that, Colonel. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Colonel Sterling. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man, you're welcome.
Yes, so we're going to pass over to our Colonel Douglas. Colonel Douglas, of course, leads the Charlestown Maroon, Charlestown Maroon Council. And so we'd love to hear your views, Colonel Douglas, on, again, the challenges and the opportunities of indigenous sovereignty in Jamaica in the 21st century. So, Colonel Douglas. Colonel Douglas there. I know she's on. Yes.
I'm here.
Yes, welcome.
So, once again, Aquaba. The sovereignty has been a wide topic, and to see that I have listened to what Colonel Sterling has said, I'm just going to be going into bits and pieces and to also share my view. I know sovereignty in Jamaica, it's not as sure because one, most of the rights that our foreparent, our grandparent, let me use grandparent, had was taken away when they were when there was an election. I think what my father had told me when it was Monday time to be in the politics, it was Bustamante and Maroon, I think. They wanted to vote, but not some of the Maroons not being able to read as efficient. They thought that if they vote, then they would have to, then they would get the rights to do certain things and certain amount of things. But that was just giving up some of their sovereignty. Like, for example, they had their own waterlands or water area. And in voting, now they were forced to pay taxes. They were forced to pay water bill. And JPS run their light poles through their community, which they are not paying for because they should by right pay for spaces in the community to put the light pole. But some of those rights were given up because of their lack of understanding. Now, I've been studying about this sovereignty thing for many years now, knowing that a part of what I am or who I am is really out there saying sovereignty is what we need. Kasika Kalan and myself, we were talking a couple of days ago, and we were talking about the opportunities that our indigenous people have and the opportunity that they don't have, which is some of the things that are given to other indigenous nations. The Maroons have not been seen in those parts. They've not heard about it. It is not being executed in the Maroon communities so that they too can be of benefit. I think when the constitutional right were signing over, they did not do it considering the Maroons or the other indigenous members or people within this country. So therefore, we are at an advantage where we have to be now standing out there, getting things done. Like, for example, the Goya Protocol, where we have to learn how to protect our environment, our culture, our speeches, our songs, by knowing that we cannot just have someone coming in our community to record and all of that. What law is against it and what should be done against it. And so some of those practices were not done before by our foreparents, because I can play a cassette. In those days, there were cassettes that people make, right? And first it was on record until they put it on cassette. Of members of my community singing our Maroon songs. When we asked, what is the royalty rights on it? The elderly people asked, what is royalty rights? Because they did not understand those things. I can identify the different voices in the interviews. These are some of the sovereignty that was taken from our grandparents. I'm not saying foreparents this time, it's our grandparents, because those are the ones that I can hear on them. People just come in, oh, what plant is this? Oh, okay, come and sit and have a drink with me and explain these herbs. People, elderlies in our community still don't understand that each day you do that, you're just giving away your own secret remedy or medicine, and it becomes now a medicinal remedy of the let me say, the pharmaceutical industry across the world, while your information was just blot out. It didn't say Kasika Kalan has given me this information, or this information was given by Kasika Kalan. It says, with our researchers done their researches. For example, Tom Jones did a research and found out that vervain is actually in one of the most expensive and reliable pain tablets. They did not tell you that with Kasika Kalan information that vervain has helped to make the Panadol or to make paracetamol. They don't tell you those things. And those are some of the things that we as indigenous nation have to try to hold within ourselves, you know, to get the sovereignty among us. That is a part of our sovereign state, to keep our knowledge, to ensure that our knowledge circulate in our indigenous community, to ensure that our knowledge be of the fact of our people, and so that we can also say to our people, this is truly who we are. Now, when taking all of our knowledge, because, you know, when they were taking the slave to Jamaica, the Maroons, the Africans, what they did when they take them here was to try to get them to speak English language. That's another way they took away some of their sovereignty, you know, getting them to speak the colonial language, you know, getting them to understand it. They didn't, our foreparents didn't really think of it, well, or maybe didn't understand that their rights to preserve their Akan language are to protect their Yoruba practices would have been gone, right? Because they weren't allowed to do as they were. But here in Jamaica today, one of the language that was developed among our foreparents on the plantation using the Twi and the English language, the Pattings, even today, just about 50 minutes ago, my daughter did a literature test, what it was on. You know, what did they read their literature book in? You know, the Patois dialect. So though that is being preserved as a part of Jamaican sovereign language, but our foreparents, their language was gone. We are now keeping the few that we have learned. We're keeping our elders close to us. We're interviewing our elders. We're talking about our elders. We know that in some point in time that it is not just going to say that you're a sovereign nation, but it is that we are saying is our government do not protect the sovereignty of indigenous people. What does sovereignty mean to the indigenous people? It is a symbol which people neither surrender, lost by the way of conquest or the cultural strain. And so it means that we keep our culture together, we endorse our culture, we ensure that our sovereign rights is kept. So that early morning drumming, that early morning blowing of the abeng, you know, when someone died, that blowing of the abeng is significant to tell the community that someone died, or the abeng to say, well, it's a new dawn, or so on. Those things to send a message to the community, emergency meeting, so on. That's a part of our sovereign here in this country, in this Jamaica. And so in order for us to retain that and to keep it, we have to honor it, we have to acknowledge it, we have to ensure that it is taught to teach to the next generation. What we have learned then is what we are now passing on. And so the right of sovereignty for tribes, including the right to establish their own form of language speaking, embracing, dancing, you name it. How did you, what was the first thing your grandparents do when a baby was born? They would eventually put a string through a Job tears bead and tie it around the neck as one way of protecting, or one way of keeping, or one way of keeping them healthy. Teaching them that from that stage, that's the healing bead or the healing seed. And so we grow up knowing that. So we use it as a way to keep our old sovereignty. I know that the Tainos, you know, at one point in time, I learned that they were all gone. that we didn't have Taino anymore, that the Taino people were all killed by the Spaniards, and that the blood was wiped out, so there were no, you know. But today we can prove, and there are signs, and there are signals, and there are evidence that Taino still remains in Jamaica. I've been on a property a couple months ago, and the way the thing was formed in the rock or on the side of the walls tell me that Taino reside there. And that's a part of the sovereignty that we can, you know, keep untouched them. We don't want them to be touched. So no institute, African Institute, Caribbean Institute of Jamaica, none of those people that come and dig up your lands and take away your evidence that you should have. That right is not given. So we keep those rights. Those are ours. Those are what we keep. And so those are the things that we look at. It's pretty much us here within this community, Charlestown, that are keeping what we learned from our foreparents as a part of our sovereignty. We are teaching it to our children. We preserve it in our museum. We, from day to day, we ensure that it is kept. So the ASAFU YARD was a part of their sovereign space. And so we have the ASAFU YARD here in Charlestown. When the Ghanaian chief came here, he said it is built as ours right there in Ghana. And so we know that, yes, that one of the meaning of sovereign or of sovereignty is preserved. When they mention about the abeng and how they use it, I start ticking my paper. That's another one. When they mention about the Afana and the way they dance, I also start ticking and saying, hey, this is another way. So we have to embrace our sovereignty. We have to look forward to keeping it. We have to learn more. So we learn from each other as indigenous nation, like my sister over there in the Garfoon, and that's clearly saying, the things you learn are the things that was taught to you. And the things that was taught to you was done at an early stage. And so you know that they were trying to preserve and to protect the means and way of sovereignty. And that is what we're doing. We're taking it from the Abeng to the internet and to a borderless and indigenous community. Medasi. Medasi.
Thank you so much, Colonel Douglas. So it was interesting, you know, when you think about sovereignty, you know, there's so many different aspects to it, you know. Maybe from my own bias, I tend to look at it through a legal lens, but it's so interesting to hear you talk about it from a different perspective in terms of preservation and, you know, maintaining the integrity of the traditions, you know, that have enabled our people to survive, you know. And without that, you can't even think about anything else if you don't keep the tradition intact, you know. Then talking about ID and currency and such just doesn't even get, you know, become relevant. And so I think it's not at the right place, you know, get the traditions, you know, maintain the identity, you know, preserve, fundamentally important, you know. So thanks for that, Colonel Douglas. Okay, I'm gonna go on to our next speaker. So I'm gonna introduce Kasike Kalan. Kasike, of course, is no stranger to us at Charlestown, you know, representing the Taino tradition, you know, the resurgence of indigenous identity in Jamaica and in the Caribbean, you know, is strong and is alive and well. So I want to introduce our Kasike out of Jamaica, representing the Ukayeki Guani tribe here in Jamaica. Kasike Kalan Kaiman. Kasike?
Usakasi, Buitirabanwayu, to my Garinagu relatives, to all present on this panel, all watching through the internet, all here. You hearing me well? Okay, good. Yes, sending my greetings to all for this wonderful occasion. And for me, this is a discussion, this panel, this discussion, this conference, 13 to the European is a number they fear, but to our people it is something that is sacred. We believe in 13 moon cycles, and I find it so significant that today is a full moon. So to me, it's a sacred day, it's a special day, and I'm feeling a lot of ancestral energy. So, you know, Marcus, you have to go hold me back if you see me going over time. There's so much to share, there's so much to talk about, there's so much to bring awareness to. As it relates to sovereignty, there is the sovereignty of indigenous people. That's one concept. Using that European concept, that academic concept, and then there is indigenous sovereignty, which deals with the indigenous education and or worldview or mindset. Understanding that for our ancestors, there was no concept of ownership. There were no lines that were drawn to say that, you know, for example, Trelawney start here and end here, Kingston start here and end here. There's land, there are people that are taking care of the land, and people that are taking care of the land will take care of them. It was a very simple process, and a lot of this was lost over time. As it relates to contemporary society, as it relates to Jamaica today, discussions of sovereignty may have to start from human rights, from basic human rights for indigenous people, or right to autonomy, or right to self-determination. The Colonel Sterling and Colonel Kim brought up so many poignant points. One, I'll touch on two. One from Colonel Sterling is, he spoke about the term Maroon. They're still naming us. They're still trying to decide who we are. They'll create forms and non-forms, their options, they have to pick one or the other, right? What does that say for us? How that is another way that they're taking away our birthright or autonomy. And you see, the symptoms of these things that are taking place is why people will decide that there's a need for IDs and there's a need for birth certificates, because at the root, there is this mental genocide that is taking place of tearing away of our indigenous identity. A glimpse of what is happening in the world. As of this morning, it came out that 715 children bodies were found at residential boarding schools in Canada. And the reality of that for us is to show that the systems are organized at keeping us down, of keeping these things secret. The prophecies and traditions and spiritual teachings say that the circle is complete when those who are first join last. So that's why I've been having so many discussions with the Maroon bodies, because the Tainos are present now. And with this circle, we can start that healing, and we can start to bring things into focus and perspective. We can put the pieces together and fill in the gaps. The discussion of ID, we need human rights, we need healing first. We need to understand who we are as a people. Colonel Stern spoke of the fact that our relatives identified as Yenkung Pikibo. Respect that, acknowledge that. It takes a level of decolonization of our systems, of how we communicate with each other, and then re-indigenizing, bringing back those indigenous perspectives that sustained our people for so long. This pandemic, to us, from an indigenous perspective, from an indigenous spiritual perspective, it has a purpose like everything else. So when we are heading out, our prayer is not to wipe away the virus. It's asking for permission to move through in a peaceful way. The concepts like that are lost. I'm a part of a council of indigenous healers of the Americas. And what that has done is allowed me to connect with groups that have not been colonized. And as far as we think we have come after all of these hundreds of years, it allows me to realize the post, we don't even know where the post is that we're heading towards. A community that is not colonized are in such close connection with the land. They did a ceremony last year, asking me what is our sacred mountain. I said the Blue Mountains. They went to a volcano to the ceremony. They do that every year because the volcano and the mountains there protect them. And you know what they did? They introduced the Blue Mountain by name to their mountain. That is indigenous mindset. That is indigenous sovereignty. They don't own the mountain. They introduce the mountain to their friends and their relatives. They introduce the bodies of water to their friends and their relatives so that we can live together in harmony. The European mindset is that the medicine man calls the rain. He asks the rain to come. He invites the rain into the space. Permission. If we are dealing with inanimate things like this, if we are dealing with energies like this, of course, this is how we should be dealing with one another. So in our communities, to talk about sovereignty, first of all, is to re-indigenize our communities. For us as leaders to sit down with each other and to have discussions. Maroon community, who are you today? Taino community in Jamaica, who are you today? Not who you were in 1492, not who you were in 1655. What is it that you want today? I'm going to say a lot of things here. You see, as it relates to treaties and all of these things, treaties are contracts. It's not just one did sign. There are treaties being made as of today, right? So it's to be conscious as a collective what it is that we want. That is how sovereignty works. We choose our leaders. We choose who our elders are. We choose how we are, our medical practices and health, our birth workers. We respect our people. They should get the same acknowledgement as anybody from some of the top university institutions. You want to know about our people, you ask one of our elders. You have them to step forward and to speak. Any big celebration or any big thing that is going on and they want to know about colonels, then call for the leader of the Maroon colonels that you have. Have them come there and speak. Any wisdom you want them, have it. If there's a book that is written by someone that is not from our community, ask someone from our community to validate it. And you know what? Acknowledge them and do an exhibition because we are alive. We can speak towards this now. We might not know about some of the things that happened in the past, but we are living people and we can speak towards it today. Sovereignty is hearing our voice, giving us the opportunity to speak our truth. I was part of a discussion on food summit that is coming up in July, invited by other indigenous relatives of the Americas. And you know what was one of the things that I realized that I was invited as Tanina, but there were no Maroons present. So I made a difference about that. I held the door for our relatives and I said, on future meetings of Central and Latin America, Maroons need to be present. Maroons of Jamaica specifically need to be present. The word Maroon, Cimarron, come from Cimarabo, which means bow. It's a Lacona word. That word was always here. It's not something that just make up since the Spaniards came. These people, their wisdom, their ancestry, their bloodline, it is connected to the land. So if you're talking about what is going to happen for food sovereignty, we need to be a part of the conversation. Recommendations were made. A lot of the discussions that we have now that group is a part of United Nations. They're going to put forward, and I'll share that with everyone here, the recommendations that were made. And some of them that are made in that instance is that a lot of the things that our communities want, it is not hard for them to do. I hear discussions here about intellectual property, protecting it, and ethics protocols. United Nations, do that up and give it to the communities. That is not hard for you to do. That is not something that's going to cost money. And next part of it, so many people want to come into our communities and they want to offer us things that we never asked for. They want to do research and they want to do all of these things. You know what we as a collective need to create a body that we deal with that. We have our intermediaries, we have our experts. So when they come to us, we can say, all right, these are our objectives, these are the things that we want, this is what will benefit our communities. This is how you can help us. And it shouldn't be dependent on funding because there's a lot of expertise out there that can support our communities because the first things that we require is human rights. And once we get those things, then the sovereignty is in us holding on to that, us keeping that for future generations, having a seat at the table. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, it's just that. It's not something to create sovereignty, you know. This document is to declare what we already have. So the work in our communities is for us to educate ourselves. I will also share a link on a project called Project Access, which deals with training Indigenous peoples and leaders on how to interact with the United Nations, Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Because we have issues And we need to speak it to people that can actually do something about it and make a difference, right? We need to get these things done, and we need to sit down as a group. I heard discussions talking about census. Yeah. First of all, what is the terminology? The Kalinago people were called Caribs before. And they said, we're not calling us Caribs all this time. We are Kalinago. The people of the Kasab, our relatives, Kalinagu, which Garinagu, which Garifuna come from. So even in the terminology and the names, you see the connections that are there. It is so apparent, right? We declare who we are, that's self-identity. From there, our sovereignty comes in the form of our food security, education, wealth and healthness, wealth and health, right? So IDs and all those things will come in place once we establish our systems, and we can say that, all right, we ensure that we do our census, we ensure that all these people are members of our communities, and if there's any health things that need to give out, if there's any welfare stuff that need to give out, then present them ID and then get what is their birthright. It's supposed to be at a level where we have our lands, and we can decide that, all right, as Sterling was mentioning, we'll have a majority of our diaspora, our indigenous communities for Jamaica, Yami indigenous people outside of Jamaica. Create spaces for them to come in, work for them to do, for them to reinvest in the community. Developments like what are taking place in Charleston now. So that when they come in, somebody that deals with architecture, see a project here. Somebody that deals with hydroponics or organic farming, see a space here. So they have their roots. That is what is at the base of this indigenous concept of sovereignty. That our ancestral teachings and ways are respected. And this is something that we declare, we don't ask for. No. You don't ask for sovereignty. It is ours to declare, to step up and to claim it. And how we do that is through uniting. That is why my sister Cynthia, my sister Isyeni, Dubawu is Insene, could speak towards the fact that we are relatives. We're connected as indigenous people of the Caribbean. Our goals are similar, and through uniting, that is when you'll have true sovereignty. Us trading with each other, paper money really have no value, you know, right? So when you talk about that exchange, us exchanging with each other, us doing trade, we have something growing here, and our relatives in Surinam want it, and we exchange. Our relatives, the Leone people in Guyana, our relatives in Leone, in Belize, in Nicaragua. We come together as communities and we share. We share our knowledge. The aspects of the Twi language or aspects of the Cromanti language, certain communities have it. We'll come together and we'll have conferences, not just for the general public, for us as people. So it's things we have to put into practice to claim our sovereignty. It is a mindset and a way of being to understand what your birthright is. I'd recommend going through the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People, not just for to put it out to states, but to educate our people. If somebody wants to have a union ceremony, Colonel Kim supposed to can do that and that valid. She's not supposed to have to go to nobody else for that. Right? There shouldn't be no question. This is an indigenous community leader that has sanctioned this union. It should be acknowledged. Is we need to come together and push for these things. The issues in Scotts Hall, the issues in Charlestown, the issues in Moortown, the issues in our community, the issues in the Garifuna communities are collective issues, especially these that I'm naming that are coming from a British system. So when our Garifuna relatives find a loophole that them can burst open, like I did for the Maroon communities with this summit, you hold the door so all we can flood it. And we secure that space. That is what they did to us. They found that weak link. So what we need to do is strengthen it, strengthen the ties. As I said, this is something that I'm very passionate about. There's so much work that our community is doing. There's so much things that is happening that is not public knowledge yet, but you know, as our Maroon relatives say, shamu shamu, a lot will come to light in time. discussions with government. A lot of things are happening as it goes towards the cultural diversity mandates that the government has. So again, it's knowledge, it's awareness. And I'll do this on behalf of all of the indigenous communities of the Caribbean. An open declaration, all of you that are watching on YouTube, please, the Charleston Maroons have a website, Maroons Jamaica, and they will connect with all of us. If you want to assist our communities with our push for indigenous sovereignty, reach out. They are trustworthy people. They will make those connections, right? Reach out. We need help with grant writers. We need help with connections to the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Some of these things we're working on already. There are cultural diversity mandates that exist. There's repatriation of artifacts. There are a lot of things. It's just the work that needs to get done. Our relatives out there, you don't know if you have that ancestry. I'll just give you a website where you can ask. Them can reach us. We don't have a website yet. You want help with website, you can do that too. There's so many ways that you can support the communities. There's so many ways that you can deal with activism now to support our people. You hear Colonel Sterling talk about a fund and economy and commerce. Commerce before it was shells in Ghana, it was the ground provision, it was straight exchange, barter system. You can settle the transportation of the goods for us, we will find produce to send. And there are a list of things that we need. So my call to the communities out there, the best way for me to give an example of indigenous sovereignty is us to claim it, to be active, and to support our communities. To demonstrate that we're sovereign, it's for us to have discussions with each other around that table and get work done, not waiting on any external forces to give permission to do the work. So with that, I'll lead into the next presenter, and I'm open to the questions and answer segment. I say, Sedamain, Hahom, Medasi, thank you.
Yes, Kasika, I give thanks for that impassioned sharing and a lot of information and perspective there too, of relevance, as I say, for what's happening today, not only in Jamaica, but, in the region, so give thanks for that. All right, so our final speaker in this panel, I'm going to introduce is Professor Maroon Shepherd. Of course, Professor Shepherd also is no stranger to us here in Charleston. I've been with us in several previous conferences. And of course, we share, with her, this passion for reparations. And so we're glad that she could also join us, to share her perspectives on just what's currently, happening in terms of indigenous sovereignty issues here in Jamaica and the landscape for future developments. Prof. Shepherd, of course, having worked in the UN as well at a high level in terms of representing on the Committee for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, CERD. So Prof. Shepherd, welcome, Prof. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marcus, our moderator. Let me greet Colonel Wallace Sterling of the Moortown Maroons, Acting Colonel Marcia Douglas, nice to see you, of course. I'm sorry I can't be in Charlestown face-to-face with every other person who is there right now. It is what it is, as we say, we have to manage it. Kasika Kalan, I greet you, and I thank you for having been on my radio show, Talking History, some months ago. A very good afternoon to you, those on the ground in Charlestown and the virtual audience. I congratulate the Charlestown community and all members of the organizing team for keeping this conference with its celebratory and educational dimensions going for so many years. I begin my short intervention by revisiting, first of all, the concept of sovereignty. And what I'm going to say, I think, has basically been said by previous speakers, but nevertheless, I'm going to put in my perspective and my contribution. So as I said, I begin by a short intervention, revisiting, first of all, the concept of sovereignty. More specifically, the question is, what is indigenous sovereignty? And we have heard various perspectives on that. I want to introduce a definition which I got from the quote-unquote Aboriginal people who routinely interact with the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. I'm still a member, Marcus. I am now one of the vice chairs, actually. I'm into my second term. So when they interact with the committee, they often say this, and I give you this. So they say that the Aboriginal meaning of sovereignty is simply the right of self-government or self-rule, which the quote-unquote Aboriginal people neither surrendered nor lost by way of conquest. It is those rights which they have had since time. My understanding also is that treaties do not create indigenous people's sovereignty. Treaties are an affirmation between independent nations and the nation states. Indigenous sovereignty then is not a nation state recognition of inherent sovereignty on the nation state dominion. Rather, it arises from indigenous traditional knowledge belonging to each indigenous nation, ethnic group, First Nation community, etc. It consists of spiritual ways, culture, language, social and legal systems, political structures, and inherent relationships with lands, waters, and all upon them. Indigenous sovereignty exists regardless of what the nation state does or does not do. It continues as long as people that are part of it continue. And in the case of genocide, the burial sites, artifacts, and memory must be respected by the nation state. Indigenous sovereignty links indigenous environmental justice, anti-racism, indigenous just transition, social equity and justice, opposition to the commodification of culture and desecration of sacred sites, destruction and assaults on lands and waters, and protecting and nurturing tribal sovereignty. In all colonized spaces where conquerors met indigenous communities, they tried to take away such rights. But every form of domination generates an opposing struggle for liberation and reclamation of lost rights. This is the history of the Caribbean. This is the history of the Taino people and the Maroon people and the Kalinago, the Garifuna, and the names they gave themselves. All of the indigenous peoples in our region claimed the right to maintain the freedom to which they were entitled as human beings. So in order to reclaim that freedom which Europeans tried to take away, they removed themselves, some of them, from the indignity of enslavement at the hands of people who were not all that in their own countries, but who wanted to exercise power over chiefs and kings and trained soldiers, male and female. In claiming their rights or reclaiming their rights, they established communities of their own where they could because of the need to recover social, political, and economic autonomy, to escape the hostility, the brutality, and racialized system imposed by the colonizers and the consequences of cultural genocide, in which names were changed, drums silenced, rituals disrespected, icons denigrated. They couldn't, of course, succeed because the drums have not been silenced. The names are being reclaimed. The rituals are here with us, and the icons are being popularized. In the post-slavery period, in our space, indigenous peoples have tried to negotiate with the nation state in the preservation of sovereignty. The challenge that we have in Jamaica, which is my point of reference, is that there is no great mass sympathy among the people for sovereignty claims by indigenous peoples. If we use the example of the Maroons, for example, opposition to claims of sovereignty by the general population is based on claims that they enforce treaty rights at the expense of African freedom fighters or other African freedom fighters, because they were African freedom fighters themselves. Now, had the Taino community been larger and more vocal, then I think there would have been greater support for their sovereignty claims. As it is, the argument hardly comes up because of the view that indigenous genocide, which happened after 1492, means that every single Taino disappeared. We know that's not the meaning of genocide. I want to suggest that we collectively resolve at this conference, especially in light of the impending celebration of Jamaica 60, to reclaim, to demand, and to maintain indigenous sovereignty, and to actively lobby for it. I propose that the conference actually passes a resolution, an outcome document, and maybe this was spoken about already. Maybe this is just, I'm coming to it with my own suggestion. Nevertheless, if it has been done already, well, good. But I am reiterating then, if it has already been suggested, that the conference actually passes a resolution, outcome document, to present to the governments of the region to demand respect for indigenous people's sovereignty. What should we demand? Here are my suggestions. First, that they understand, these leaders, that physical presence is not required to protect indigenous sovereignty based on the definition that I have talked about. And we want to demand that the complete definition be understood, but that where indigenous peoples are physically present, we demand that the leaders acknowledge their right to exist in spaces that are theirs by right, spaces that were stolen by colonizers and which current leaders are reluctant to share equitably. Second, that they honor their obligation to indigenous peoples under international law and the United Nations treaties to which they are state parties. Jamaica is a state party to the CERD, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, and to the ICERD, which is the convention that we try to implement. The International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination reaffirms that discrimination between human beings on the grounds of race, color, or ethnic origin is an obstacle to friendly and peaceful relations among nations and is capable of disturbing peace and security among peoples and the harmony of persons living side by side, even within one and the same state. A survey of a sample of the concluding observations of the CERD, if you undertake that survey, will demonstrate the concerns of the committee that the rights of the world's indigenous people be protected and, where necessary, compensation be paid for violations. A third suggestion for this resolution is for the maintenance of sovereignty, is that we press for sovereignty, the maintenance of sovereignty through the participation of the state in the education of those external to the Maroon and Taino communities. Because the communities already have their own education. They pass on their culture and their education, their history to the young people. But we call on the state to participate in the education of those external to the Maroon and Taino communities so that their evolution, their history, and their route to recognition can be understood as a way of ensuring that their right to internal sovereignty is respected. In this regard, help me to lobby to make Caribbean history a mandatory subject in all education institutions, as ignorance of history creates discrimination based on this ignorance. The importance of knowing and teaching about the past has long been articulated by Mwalimu Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who said, history is the landmark by which we are directed into the true course of life. There are those who believe that most of what constitutes Caribbean history is too far in the distant past to have contemporary application. This type of response illustrates how the concept of distance permeates society's thinking. The opposite view is that the too far in the past to have contemporary application argument is unacceptable. Distance only affects how one thinks about the past, in the sense that historians have mined the past, despite the intervening years, to intensify or resolve that the time between 1492 and now has simply given us time to reflect on how much evidence is available to use the past to explain the contemporary. Maybe those of us who don't support that distance argument are too related to the events of the past and cannot untangle the relationship between past and the present, as they are so inextricably linked. They are tangled. I also want to suggest the establishment of what I am calling, you might have another name for it, but a Truth and Reconciliation Commission in this country to review the roots of the violation of Indigenous people's sovereignty and to seek solutions to what is in many cases an impasse. We must demand the preservation of the legacy of Taino cultural and spiritual life. We must demand in this resolution the protection of their endangered burial sites and the building of a proper museum for the showcasing and preservation of their way of life through their artifacts. We know that this is something that is threatened by what some people regard as development. And we should also press for the recreation of their icons through monuments that reflect indigenous peoples on the landscape, and concurrently, the removal of icons that dishonor their ancestors. Monuments, statues, and memorials play critical roles after atrocities or crimes in furthering the interests of justice. Otherwise, what kinds of futures are we creating for surviving victims and or descendants of dead victims whose memory still resides in our consciousness? The iconographic decolonization conversation must be taken seriously in the Caribbean, the scene of crime. It cannot be that in the Black globalization campaign, we see the diaspora marching ahead in making efforts to rid our region of the vision of the oppressor on the landscape, and the lands of the victims seem not to care. This to me is to participate in our own oppression. I'm yet to hear any credible explanation of why monuments to people like Christopher Columbus or Christopher Columbus, as the Rasta say, whose actions cause such pain and distress to indigenous peoples and Africans, should remain as icons to be admired on the Caribbean landscape. Equally, iconographic or symbolic decolonization extends beyond the toppling of statues and memorials to colonial icons on our landscape and include other colonial relics. In fact, more colonial relics, as I close, I would suggest reside in the corners of our minds, in our mental colonization, than exist on the landscape. That's my intervention today. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks very much, Prof. A lot to think about as usual, and very on point, so we want to thank you for that stimulating thought there, really, really insightful. So I want to thank Prof. Shepherd, as well as our other panelists, right, who spoke earlier, Colonel Sterling and Colonel Douglas and Kasike Kalan. All right, this is the final panel for the day. So before we roll out, are there any comments or questions that would have arisen based on this, very soul-stirring panel discussion? I see some hands up, so please, Lucayo and Dr. Fuller, Lucayo, want to go first?
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Professor Shepherd. I'm a first-year PhD student. I just came out of undergrad just 2 years ago too, so I'm still learning here. And my advisor at UC Berkeley is also adamant about expanding Caribbean studies. So actually, Eleanor Schneider at UC Berkeley. At first, we had a Latin American studies program.
Lucayo, show Prof your face, man. Show us your face.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
If you can.
Yes, Professor Schneider had advocated for the embrace of Latin American as well as Caribbean studies. And I think now, I don't know if it's officially on the website or located anywhere yet, but I think that has already been finalized. And so I'm just, I was really touched by and really affected by what you said about, this advocacy of Caribbean history and Caribbean studies, a greater recognition. I saw in my undergraduate experience at Dartmouth College how Caribbean study, there was a Latin American and Caribbean studies program there that allowed for a greater, exploration of these things, that allowed for my personal training in this historiography. So I'm just, any thoughts or recognitions to rising scholars, who want to try to implement these things, please. Thank you.
So, Prof, a question for you, Prof. Shepherd.
It's a question for me. Okay. Well, first of all,
I can restate. Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead. I can restate if necessary.
No. I get it. And you're at a college that I visited. And I remember thinking how privileged the students are and how resourceful the place is compared to our space, you know? But you have to, young people, the students today must become activists and revolutionaries in the way of Walter Rodney. Walter Rodney spoke of himself in terms of someone who transitioned to being, in fact, even stronger than a revolutionary academic. He called himself a guerrilla intellectual because he tried to invade spaces where other people were telling us our story. And therefore, student unions are important and you have to press. I know, because I've spent time in colleges in the United States, that when you have Latin American and Caribbean studies, the Caribbean part of this is normally Puerto Rico. Nothing wrong with studying Puerto Rico, but that's not the Caribbean. That's not the totality of the Caribbean. And some people will say it's not even the Caribbean because they belong, quote unquote, to the United States of America. So activism, student councils, student activism, student history clubs, I think, and lobbying to your professors, I think, you know, and I see that this is working in some spaces because students tell me, they often laugh and say, I don't know why I went to this college to take these courses because it's the same people who are left behind at UA. It's their work that we are reading, you know, so you just have to push because you have ancestors depending on you. It's a sacred trust and you have to embrace it, is what I would say.
True, Prof. I want to say, look, if you want to organize some events, some workshops, seminars, whatever, and you want some support from Charlestown or any of us here, you know, in this forum, just do it and we'll be glad to support.
Definitely. And, you know, I've also been doing work to connect with the intellectual community of Ghana. And I've been trained by Professor Baku at the University of Legon, working. And now I've been studying tree for over a year now with Francis at Harvard University, connecting with Professor Champong at Harvard University as well. Elena Schneider also is quite advanced. You know, I've also engaged with Vincent Brown, you know, really seeing what we need to do. And personally, for me, I know my father's indigenous, my mother's a Black woman from Trinidad, you know, so I bring these things. I grew up thinking I would do American Indian history. We grew up in a traditional, you know, the sweat lodge, the sun dance, these things. My relatives are very much in touch with these things. But as you can see, if you study the times, you can see there's a lot of pain and suffering right now. A lot of things have put roadblocks. Yes. And so greater unity is definitely necessary. And so I'm definitely interested in learning how to try to connect.
And I think all of us on this virtual conference must see in front of our eyes that we're not rid of colonialism. The COVID-19 pandemic and the way it's handled, the existence of vaccine apartheid and vaccine imperialism must say to us, we have to take our lives into our own hands, because the same thing that happened 1492 and coming forward, and we thought it had ended in 62 for some of us. No, it is still here. It's coming back to bite us. And we have to learn from that. We got no settlement like a Marshall Plan or Colombo Plan or Golden Handshake at the moment of independence. And we have seen the impact of that. So those who snicker at the reparatory justice conversation and think it's a handout that people know. I like how Kasika talks about demanding, because it's your right, and so you demand. But thank you for that intervention.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Harcourt, floor is yours, sir.
Thanks, yeah, man. Always great to see my great friend, Prof. Shepard. And listening to you and things like that. Yeah, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. You know, I think that there's so many things that need to be addressed, but I just want to mention two things. I think first and foremost, for any self-respecting person of African descent to still have the person who was the head of the colony to still be the head of state from 53 to now is frankly shameful and disgraceful. The fact that we in Jamaica specifically still have the head of state as QE2, I don't know why there's not an urgency or a greater urgency to do away with that. We're just going about our daily lives as if that is something normal. So that's kind of what I wanted to throw there. And just a final point with respect to establishing Caribbean history more broadly. I think one of my concerns, even as an academic, has been the perpetuation of, I guess, what I would call, or probably others have called it that, but the academic industrial complex. And I think we have to make sure that it just doesn't become another way of academics churning out, bachelor's degree, recipients, masters, PhDs, researchers. It is a business. I'm in that business. Prof. Shepard, we're all a part of it. Nonetheless, it's going back to the issue of the value, however you want to define value, of our ways of knowing and who we are, and the commodification of that. And I just think that, again, people who study us, so to speak, have or should have a responsibility to understand that privilege and to make sure that they give back to the communities from where they're going to be getting these accolades and these degrees, and in furthering of their careers and the upliftment of their specific families and circumstances. So again, thanks, Prof.
Marcus, if you'll allow me to just make a comment there.
Perfect.
Let me start with the second point. I want to say categorically that I honor all young people who are trying to use education for upward social mobility, because that is something that was denied us, and no one expected that we would emerge out of colonialism, out of enslavement, and be able to march into the archives out of Kew in the United Kingdom, that we would have been able to read and write and decide for what they wrote about us and critique it. And that is being done by those who are being trained professionally as historians. And research has shown that even the bachelors put our Black people on the road to upward social mobility. Your chances of economic wealth improve, and then the MA and then the PhD. It's what you do with the education for your people. I think that is the issue I think that our court is reminding us about. I certainly grew up in a very poverty-stricken situation. They called it my district Africa, not because that was the name on the title of my father's small piece of land, but because of the racism, the ethnocentrism, the ignorance about the continent of Africa. So they were comparing my district with its infrastructural challenges to what they had in their mind about Africa. Through education, I've been able to come out of that into what I am today. But following the tradition of Walter Rodney, scholar activism, I think, is what connects us to the people on whose shoulders we stand. And so I honor in this space Alexander Mighty, my great-great-grandfather, born into slavery in 1829, and my Tikar ancestors from Cameroon. How did they reach Jamaica? Not a cruise, no tourism. And therefore, I claim the right to be in the space and to do the work I do on their behalf, because it is a sacred trust. The issue of the head of state of England being our head of state. Again, governments and leaders can do what they do because there's no mass revolution. There's no revolt against it among the people. And why? Because they see the image of who you call QE2 as a frail, nice little old lady. That's how Jamaicans are viewing. They don't know the history. They don't know the royal family was mixed up in slavery and the Royal African Company and the group of royal traders to Africa. They didn't know that members of the royal family were shareholders in the Royal African Company. history is critical. If they knew what we here in the virtual audience knew, I think tomorrow they would march and demand that we don't have a GG, that we move straight to Republic, and we have leaders who understand the sacred trust that they have. So
thanks, Prof. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Prof.
That's what I'm saying.
Sorry, Prof. Let me look at the thanks, Prof. I see Kasike has his hand up, and then I'm gonna just invite our other panelists, Colonel Sterling and Colonel Douglas, to say any final words. So, Kasike?
Yes, gratitude. Commenting on Dr. Fuller's first statement again about the Queen, QE the second. On that, I'll bring back to what I mentioned in my presentation, that our discussion, that our people need healing. It was several years of programming. I term it as mental genocide that took place.
Kasike? Kasike not hearing you. I don't know if it's just me, but look like you're frozen.
So much so that nothing is left but the blood. You guys hear me? Marcus?
Yes, okay. Yes, we're hearing you now.
Oh, you hear me now? Okay.
We missed about a minute. We missed about a minute or so.
Okay, no problem. I was saying that the as it relates to what Dr. Fuller was saying, when you say degree that it was the biggest tool of colonization, is a form of mental genocide. You scrub away the identity of the people so much that all that is left is the blood. They cannot recognize themselves. So we grew up getting beaten for speaking our language. Those with my complexion would hear during summertime, come inside so you don't lose your color, right? You're chastised about how you keep your hair. So there are so many elements that requires healing. I've had these discussions with our sister, Isieni of the Garifuna Nation, and we're talking about healing circles. That is what is required. That is what is.
We lost again, Kasike. Not hearing you.
With people that are injured with such a heavy load, they're going to fall with it and hurt others. We need to heal. And a part of that healing is education. We need to know who we are. We need to understand our roots. We need to understand our value. We need to understand that we existed before slavery. We need to truly come full circle and understand the potential that we have to contribute to society. So I close on those comments.
All right. Kasike, give thanks for that again, inspiring, passionate words. Colonel Sterling, any final words that you want to share with us briefly as we wrap up?
Oh, yes. I think that this conference and this panel discussion was very enlightening, entertaining, and educational. And for persons out there who are listening, they must bear something in mind, that one of the things, one of the songs that our foreparents sing, the Cromanti songs, is what basically record the history and their time here in Jamaica. There's one song that is in this, we are Maroon warriors, and we don't care what you want to say about this. If you stand in our way, we're going to trample you and go where we want to go. We don't think that, there's another one that is, Baka carry come put on show, but we go and go there anyway. The thing is, we first have to respect ourselves and to appreciate that which our foreparents has done for us, and to stand up in this time and to say, we have to continue this struggle. We have to fight. We don't care what Mrs. Queen of England has said, because Mrs. Queen really mean anything to us. Mrs. Queen never put any food on our table. We here in Jamaica, we need to know that, we are our own destiny. We have to decide where we want to go and how we're gonna get there. Just like how other persons, Europeans, decide where they want to go and how they're gonna get there, we got to do the same. Our foreparents, and I keep telling people that as they go to Pikibo, our history did not start the day our foreparents step off those slave ships here and this way. It started thousands of years before when we were in Africa. And if we can recall, if we can dig into our minds, yesterday I was in a discussion right inside this very same room when we were doing our live performance and so like that. And I said to some guests that were here, I said, no matter how you hear a person speak English, if you speak the Queen English in Jamaica, and that person, and you get into any entanglement and they have the curse, the Queen English go through the window, because innately, we cannot describe anything in English that is going to be meaningful to us. We got to go back to that which is in us, which is in our DNA. That is how we can describe things. That is how we can bring things out with the kind of passion, the kind of venom that we want to come out from time to time. And so therefore, this whole matter of whether we are sovereign or don't sovereign or anything like that, we have taken a position to ourselves. We are who we are, and no matter what anybody says, I would want to say, it will not change a thing. So let me say again, Medasi, thank you for this conference. And I hope that at the end of the day, like Professor Vereen Shepherd would have said, we can pass these resolutions and we can get to those people in authority and say, this is how it is. Because if you don't do what we want to do, we'll do what we have to do. And it's gonna make you uncomfortable. So you have to decide for yourself what you want. May I say again, thank you.
Yes, Colonel. Thank you very much, Colonel Sturden. Thank you for that, sir. I'm going to leave the last word for Colonel Douglas. Colonel Master Douglas of the Charleston Maroon. Colonel Douglas, any final words as we wrap up this session before we close? Thank you.
Certainly. Of course, as it is that we're talking about the sovereignty, it's a long journey that we have to go on to in order to be successful. As Dr. Vereen Shepherd rightly said, we should use this conference and make a demand to what we want to the government of Jamaica. Let them see that this is what we want, this is who we are, and this is what we are standing for. And so we're putting it out there so that the government of Jamaica, can see what we need. And a part of sovereignty, it begins with the ancestors. And so coming this Sunday, Ancestral Echo, Bally Blue will be hosting Ancestral Echoes at Pear Tree Lodge right down there in Trelawney, in Negril. And so, of course, I'm going to ask Diane to put the link in the chat. And so Kasika Kalen and myself is also on that. And so we are taking charge. We are standing out there. Let them know where the medicine really begins, where the praying really begins. It begins with our ancestors, where the healing really begins, and how the healing came by, and what are some of the process of healing, and how we can, from day to day, heal the people and be also healed. And so as it is, we are looking forward for that divine unity among the indigenous nation, to embrace the sovereignty, to embrace being the sovereign nation, and to also teach to our children. Like I said to my children, the children at my home and those that I teach here at the center during the day, I said, listen, this coming summer holiday, I'm going to take you to the bush and I'm going to teach you how to cook in the ground. I'm going to teach you how to make a fire without having to use a matches or a lighter. And I'm going to show you how you can camp in the fields or in the woods. And so those are some of the things that we have to embrace, we have to keep doing, and we have to get going. Britt and myself yesterday was talking about healing through yoga for the children, and how it is that we, while doing that, we can teach the knowledge of our culture. And so those are some of the things that, yes, we're doing, again, from the Abeng to the internet. Thank you, panelists, for today. I mean, it was a great day. I did enjoy every single moment of it. I learned things and, of course, distribute messages. And yes, it was really, really a blast. It was number one. This is one of the panel discussion that, you know, we should really keep. Medasi. Thank you.
Medasi. Thank you so much, Colonel Douglas. I too want to thank all of our panelists on this final panel. Professor Vereen Shepherd, there's a Colonel Wallace Sterling, Moortown, Captain Douglas, and Kasike Kalan. Right. I also want to take the opportunity as we wrap up, before we go to our final performance and drumming and singing and dancing, to thank all of our speakers today. And I thank our Bangalore from morning and the whole Charlestown team, really, Captain Rose and Captain Douglas and other captains and hardworking team in ASAFU YARD, all the behind the scenes work, the conference organizing planning team, Mike and Rich Lumbsden, Fran and Paul, Diane, and who was available? Fofier, come for Fofier, and the entire planning team that takes a lot of work and effort behind the scenes to do this. And of course, it's our first time we're doing this in this sort of extended 2-day live format. I want to thank Mr. Kyle Mays, from the chairman of the Health and Wellness Network, who gave greetings this morning as well. I want to thank all of our academics who spoke earlier in the morning session, Mr. John Favini, Dr. Victoria Grieve-Williams, Mr. Alex Moulton, Miss Erica Ninjana Wedgin, as well as Dr. Marcus Nevios and Miss Tracy Stewart. Of course, I want to thank our performers as well, Scruffmouth, right? Captain Padam Douglas, who we're going to hear more from now. Of course, our homegrown Charlestown Maroon drummers and dancers. And then we had our Queen Nanny panel discussion as well, our conversation led by Dr. Isis Samaj Hall, and our speakers there, including Mr. Vivian Crawford, of course, from Moortown, and from IOJ, Dr. Harcourt Fuller, Ms. Carla Gottlieb, Dr. Bertha Tim, and of course, our own Gamma Gloria Sims. Of course, we want to thank Barbara McKay-Blakana. Sister Barbara, give thanks for that reading and for joining us this year. Really blessed to have you here with us this year. And of course, as I say, I want to thank all of our sponsors who made this year possible as well. The Tourism Enhancement Fund, TEF, Tourism Linkages Network, Mutual of National Security, Mutual Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. As usual, always supportive. I want to thank Towson University, University of Colorado, Boulder, Sankofi, I want to thank Lumbsden and Partners, Goffe Law, and of course, Events Slowly. So that's our conference this year. I'm going to pass over to our live team in Charlestown in the ASAFU YARD for our grand finale. And of course, it's just drumming and dance, it's celebration. So please, all you who've been seated, like I have for the last 3 hours, and I get up now, right? We're going to hear from Captain Douglas and then from a Charlestown drummers and dancers. So please feel free to, immerse yourself in the rest of the afternoon drumming and dancing as we close out on this our 13th annual International Charlestown Maroon Conference and Festival. All right, so that's it for me.
Thanks also to Flavius and Franco for the hosting on the Zoom platform and the YouTube webcast.
Yes. I did big up event story, but thanks to Franco as well too. That is quite so. Thank you, Sir Rich.
And to Marcus Goffe, and to you, Marcus.
Yes. Thanks to you too. Yeah. And if you left with anybody, please forgive us. But it's really been good this year. We have a recording. For those who missed it, you can go on our YouTube channel, CTMC YouTube channel, and see all that you missed yesterday and all that you missed today. Or if you want to see it again, of course, yeah, you want to go over it to really absorb what was being said and discussed, please feel free to visit.
Sorry, Marcus. What is the YouTube channel? What do we look for the YouTube channel to distribute?
YouTube channel. I'll post it right here in the chat, so you will have the YouTube channel links right now. Let me post it right now. As we pass over to Charlestown. So let me just see. Or Rich, you have it there or handy, Rich? I forgot to search for it. Let me see if we find it quickly. But we're gonna post it in the channel just now, so you can get, of course, to check it out. As it's been a long 2 days, and so we may not have gotten to see everything, right? So let me just see here. In the meantime, Charlestown, ASAFU YARD.
Rastafari. Yeah, man, so that's how we're going now to all the one that we know for you. I give thanks and praise to the Almighty and all the ones that we know for the purity that we pray. You know? Always I give thanks and praise upon going out our Father, you know. Always ask for mercy. Everything we have, you know. Yeah, man, run the track, right? Yeah. Yeah. Always go to take it in the shadows of my wings, we are refuge and the least calamity falls over me. Merciful to me, oh God, for my soul to take it deep. I put it off right after I think that now. Merciful to me, oh God. La la la, yeah. Merciful to me, oh God, for my soul to stay in thee. In the shadows of my wings, will I refuge and believe that I will fall over me. Merciful to me, oh God, for my soul to stay in thee. In the shadows of thy wings, will I refuge and believe that I will fall over me. I will cry unto you, O God, the Most High, performing something for me. He shall be saved from the heaven of Most High, and his spirit shall show it in me. Pray, man, I come from where lion there, yet we not find out there. In all things are done when the lion there. In all the world, stop the great of fire there. It will pass the earth last the iron there. We're merciful to me, O God. For my soul to stay in thee. In the shadows of thy wings will I refuge and the least calamity pass over me. Merciful to me, O God. For my soul to stay in thee. In the shadows of thy wings will I refuge and the least calamity pass over me. Here stands that rose and bears of such a sword. He always causes above the living Tonya, and they can glory stand above all the earth. See, I can see running for myself, my soul bows down. They have secrets of it before me, but into the mystery of calling by themselves. Merciful to me, O God, for my soul shall faith in thee. In the shadows of my wings will I refuge until these calamities pass over me. Be merciful to me, O God, for my soul shall faith in thee. In the shadows of thy wings will I refuge until these calamities pass over me. Please be careful, be careful. No one prays God alone. First it was me, oh God. For my soul on daily feet. In the shadows of thy wings, be I refuge until these calamities pass over me. First it was me, oh God. For my in the shadows of thy wings, be I refuge until these calamities pass over me. Yeah, man, please pass me. Yeah, hold on a second. Hold it. Drive back from the top. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Yeah, because every day we there I live. And some of the time we see each other every day and we take this thing for granted. We take everything for pleasure. You know? What the time now for we as people and as a people and as a indigenous people to live good. You know? Too much war and ism and schism, too much frustration, too much, you know, injustice amongst ourselves. A time for we live good. A time for we live upright. A time for we to be the example. You understand? Right now. Yeah. How we go? Alright. The good one would be a trouble trying in the street, make sure you have good luck. In your face like this, I would one like a sheep. Oh no, it's a black wolf. With the account of freedom, the wicked are of freedom. And they not that probably believe it. And now the prophet they believe it. They in our life, but now they can't see it. And for everything of everything, not of Christ. Well, it's not so great. But mind of God, good and them still in our life. But now they can't see it. And for everything of everything, not of Christ. Well, it's not so great. But mind of God, they don't come around and come along and them are free. Them are the where you want to be. When the everybody, when the people want to be, they don't talk about poor people, don't the energy. But they want to be one. I love you, I know you don't want to teach. Let's go, you come free. But my is the only enemy. We can't go in our life. And African people, and for everything and everything, make them go fine. Well, it's not so great.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that if
we're not good at it,
maybe
and African people,
last time,
everything and everything, make them go fine. Well, it's not so great. But my just you could walk with you and travel trying in the street and say I do not in your face like it's not good while I she oh no that wolf. With the account of feelings, the wicked are of feelings. And then that we believe it, and now the prophet you believe it. Then in our life, my love we can see it. Transfer everything and everything, make them go so fine. Well, it's not so great. The body mind of God, free and them, they know in our life. My love we can see it. Transfer everything and everything, make them go so fine. Well, it's not so great. The black but they not come around and come along and them agree. When I ask the question, ask you where you want to be. When they see me on the radio and they on the TV, they over. But they want to be one. I don't want to be agree. Just don't you love them. Go make it. We can't want to teach. They listen for you not free. On my gate, the only lady. We can't know it's not life. But not because we did. Yeah. Right now, it's just a before we get everything, you know, I'm gonna say, all condolence and all respect to the man called Colonel Frank Lumbsden. One of the first Maroon, one of the first chief, one of the first Maroon make sure say marijuana free in our Maroon community. You understand me? You fight for this, you work for this. So a lot of respect. You understand me? Now I. So I can't play the right. They will do your capella, not doing it. That's what I'm at. Fireman upon me no care. So on so the dragon and the bear I feel. Jack is there. No man me no fear. Fireman upon me no care. Well, so on so the dragon and the bear I feel. Jack is there. Man, we don't fair. We burn everything, burn we God. We burn pretty face, burn sweet talk. Come around with smiling faces. Everything nice and everything great. But the truth that I want to know. Can the lights in Rasta around? After not to hear them told you right through that door. Let's go to go. Nothing for sure, but a fireman about nothing not care. Someone has so the dragon on the bear and swim. Jack is there. The man me no fear. Fireman about nothing not care. Well, someone has so the dragon on the bear and swim. Jack is there. The man me no fear. Fireman a burn from them for their worker. Lightning, for the one who stop the youth them butter. And listen and not talk to when the youth them utter. The would rather stay away fallen so far. But who to bless? No man throws the last laugh at the best one and not the first. Anything fast and gone well. Look feet reverse. The whole world is just like what are your chat pan that earth now. You're shorting this mama earth now. Your pagans and bloodthirst now. I said the most mighty bird. Rastafari come first. Boom! I am on a bone of me not care. Right there, fighting champion. Check the playlist, 420 rhythm. No, 420 rhythm, 420 rhythm, my lord. Playlist, 420 rhythm. Wait on fast. Wait on fast, now I'm fighting champion. I want to talk to them from Holy. Yeah. Yeah. Everything is here for a reason, a purpose. smoking on some high grade. It's all I'm putting again. Yeah. Yeah. Everything is here for a reason and purpose. Due time and due season. Right now, early, lazy. I'm the man I ain't go out there and be early, lazy.
What you go up by user with the furniture, this piece of the
right if the marijuana is food they want. Out and where the tears of sin and we use it with the we live in the spiritual like the demons through the fire through the heart. Oh, right, that green fire smell of the indica. I'm sturdy like the fire over love. The holy sacrifice, the cannabis, the water is weird, but this is for the farm. Smoking like a high grade. The high grade marijuana. Smoking like a high grade. It is a baby place, mama. Smoking like a high grade. The high grade marijuana, smoking on the high grade. It is the spirit of every place, mama. Working on the urban years, it's the rest of the years. White pipe in the place when the walk medicine. And that's what it is that something make the feet start and real. So what is the in a team of fucking beers? Like no market cure. If you never know the legalize it, don't you remain alive. It keeps the healing of the days that they know. We're smoking on some high grade. Yeah. The high grade marijuana. We're smoking on some high grade. Yeah. It is the spirit of every mama. We're smoking on some high grade. Yeah. The high grade marijuana. We're smoking on some high grade. Yeah. It is the spirit of every mama. The way we smoke it not the morning, smoke it not the crawling. Stop crawling, I'm feet on my, I'm feet okay, yeah. There are common loving things on fire. And no Babylon is no fire. And I am sure the old that is right. God them think we wrong. And they all want to right. They must smoking at all. I take marijuana. Smoking at some. Watch out, so it is the spirit. I'm every place, mama. Yeah. The high grade marijuana. Yeah, man, give thanks and praise, you know? Yeah. It was an honor and a blessing to be here. Yeah. When I fall in love, when I fall in love, quick and fast. Go on, what's that? La 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 la. I'm praising Jah, I pray lucky Babylon always. I'm praising Jah, I pray the place and like every day. Raspadamasi. But it no matter what them talking about. I am in the place what them talking about with. I don't find what them not say. Come and fight for the in the road, Raspadamasi. But it no matter what they're talking about. The fire when you get what they're talking about with. I don't find what they can't say. But I'm like for the end of the road. Fire running ya. So everything we see I hit me doing ya. I got the Babylon them can't come in ya. Can't touch Rasta so now them are green ya. You are the junior, the one thing ya. They let that man the fire bleach out and the party like Tokyo. Get on the burn this now. Rocky short me just an envy. Just one mind and the crime and the century. Them not got the truth when them in a parliament. Them want to kill and I'm gonna let them a help with. When them can't see them hard, not people talk. When them run them talk, not people talk. When them can't see them walk without the talk. When the left silent, river run the one down. But it no matter what them talking about. The fire when them building what them talking about. And the boy them not big. But I'm trying for the end of the road. That's what I'm thinking. But it no matter what them talking about. The fire when them building what them talking about. I don't find the one that's not big. But I'm trying for the end. You are. Old time black people must earn. The people of the black that can be concerned. Fire burn road straight back down to dirt. This thing the last thing out the fire can't burn. Problem gets salt and parts up in them wrinkle. With them like a cardboard view in the winkle. It's an Santa Claus of the jingle. Fire big get jump in the can make a triple. Burn down and power. Coming ammunition. And we're on with ready for the Gideon. Get put the fire get the chant Babylon. Oh, it no matter what them talking about. Fire when the building what them talking about. Grace, I don't heard what them happening. Yeah. Oh, it no matter what them talking about. Fire when the building what them talking about. Grace, I don't heard what them nasty. A black light for the end of the road. Give thanks and praise, you know. Almighty. Yeah, listen.
No, no, you have to put it wider. I prefer my no, you want to go wider.
So we are about to close our festivity. And so what you will be seeing now is a chromatic drumming and dancing. Of course, you can listen to the rhythm of the chromatic drum, and you can dance anywhere you are. I know that the sound of the drum will pull you, and you will actually feel as if you are right here in our midst. So don't sit, get up off your chair, your seat, wherever you are, dance, nod your head, shake your legs, sing, whatever it is that you can do. Because the chromatic drumming and dancing was from the beginning. And of course, we are about to close this session with the chromatic drumming and dancing. All four parents used to use it to send messages. We are going to use it today to actually, communicate in such a way that we have full enjoyment of ourselves. We enjoy the moment. We see the things that our foreparents used to enjoy within the mix of the chromatic. So the chromatic drumming and dancing was done by our foreparents, still by us today. We're gonna hit it off first with our children, so they are the ones that going to do it first, and then the adults. All right, so that's what we're about to do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Ready. Okay.
Go. Come. Come.
Running on the Maroon, already.
Recording stopped.
Marcus, Michael, can we sign off now from the Zoom link?
Yes, sir, I think so. Thanks for everything. We appreciate everything you've done. And we'll be talking. And just remember these words, CTMC TV.
All right, certainly will.
Yeah, man.
Certainly will. All right, see you next year.
Okay,
All right.
Frank, thanks for everything.
Yes, Richard. All right, see you next year.
All right, so take care now.
Thanks, Big Rich.
One love, one love.
Thanks a lot, Rich. Thanks for everything.
One love, everyone. One love. Blessings and honor.
One love, Rodney.
One love,
man.
Rodney. Yeah, man.
Well done, well done, everybody. Well done. It was really great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
All right.
All right. Be
Next
safe.
year.
Be safe down there, guys. Be safe.
Thank you. You too.
You too.
All
We'll
right.
be in touch.
Yeah, man. Bye.
Yeah, man.